its rising stars in the AA and AAA All-Star Game. The fireworks are blasting this July on Sunshine Network.
Baseball's recent draft again matched new names with major league teams. And in Miami, a familiar name became the Marlins' first ever selection.
First #1 pick in the history of the Florida Marlins. He's a catcher, Charles Johnson from the University of Miami.
Charles Johnson, who enjoys the luster of a star, a hurricane hero, an American Olympian bound for Barcelona, and looking to blast tape-measure shots like this seasons ahead out of big league ballparks. Tonight, Marlins minor league manager Freddie Gonzalez opens this first season with the Erie Sailors, fielding a team filled with other new names, such as first baseman Todd Priddy, setting sail on his professional career after slugging 12 home runs this past year for Long Beach State. And along with collegiate teammate Eddie Christian, debuting closer to Miami with Gulf Coast, both share the dream that one day soon they'll taste the life of the major leagues and make a name for themselves with the Florida Marlins. Sunshine Network, Florida's best, is proud to present Florida Marlins Baseball. From Ainsworth Field for nearly 50 years, the home of the Erie Sailors. Tonight, it's home to baseball history. This is opening night in the New York Pin League as Erie hosts the defending league champion Jamestown Expos. And we present before more than 3,500 fans here a slice of Americana. Good evening. Hello once again. Welcome to Sunshine. I'm Paul Kennedy. Yes, indeed, this is a bit of history. The Erie Sailors representing the very first team ever fielded with a roster full of players signed by the Florida Marlins. The capacity crowd is here. The media crush is rather intense. In fact, this has been headlines, as you will see, throughout both South Florida and Erie. This was the Erie Times this morning and later this afternoon. We are enjoying it. We hope throughout the evening you will too, as we present, along with our telecast, such folks as, well, the president of this franchise, Carl Barger, the owner, Wayne Huizinga, who is here this evening, as well as the gentleman who will be making the key personnel decisions, Dave Dombrowski, the general manager of the franchise, and a fellow to my left who knows his baseball, the director of scouting, Gary Hughes, wearing one of those natty Erie Sailor caps that he pulled out of the equipment manager upon landing up here in Erie. Good to see you. This game has taken on really a great atmosphere, has it not? Was it John Lynch, the pitcher from Stanford, who said it was as if he had walked into a Heartbeat of America commercial when he landed in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, that's pretty well put by a Stanford man, and John's going to be the opening night pitcher here, and he's done a great job of setting the scene here, because it is a little slice of Americana. There's a tremendous amount of people here. When we got here this evening, and that was 2 hours ago, people were lined up to buy tickets. So it's exciting. It's going to be a full house, and there's bands and mascots and look like tractor pulls and all kinds of stuff. It's really going to be exciting.
You ought to be a minor league promoter. You would enjoy this. One of the fellows that you signed in Willie Brown, the 4th-round draft choice out of Florida A&M, is really a talent.
Yeah, Willie's out of Florida A&M. Willie's coming in. He's an outfielder from there. They produce such outfielders as Hal McRae, Vince Coleman, Andre Dawson, Marquise Grissom, and we think Willie's got a chance to be that kind of a player. He's got outstanding natural ability. He's got power. He can run, and he's an exciting kid to watch. And you'll have fun watching him tonight.
We'll have fun this evening, too, watching this game with John Bowles. We mentioned a moment ago that the franchise's director of player development was here. We touched upon John Lynch. Here is a fellow from Stanford who didn't have great numbers, primarily with the Cardinal as a football player, but you saw something you really liked, John, and he gets the start this evening, the right-hander.
Yeah, I saw John just the other day in the first inter-squad, Paul, and he has a 90-plus fastball and a hard breaking ball. and his fastball is a very heavy pitch, and he's what we call a no-brainer. We don't think that John can miss if he maintains good health. He's a great selection.
John, Gary, we're going to invite you to come upstairs with us now, and we're going to scout this ball game. We'll rely on your expertise. Our opening night, our first pitch is just ahead here for the Erie Sailors and the Jamestown Expos, and indeed the Florida Marlins on Sunshine Network.
I want a car with power. Tell me it has 230 horsepower like the Subaru SVX. Tell me it'll produce 228 pound-feet of torque. I don't know what that is, but I like it. Tell me it has all-wheel drive traction like the SVX. Don't tell me about wood paneling, about winning the respect of my neighbors. They're my neighbors, they're not my heroes. Tell me it's won a trillion awards like the SVX. Tell me. I have the money. I want to know what to drive.
Tires ain't pretty, but brakes, they're very ugly. So stop buying brakes. Allied Discounts Tire introduces brakes for life.
$49.95 buys it all. When you buy brakes for life, you'll never buy brakes again. Get free brake pads and brake shoes forever. And now, Allied is open Sunday.
At Allied Discounts Tire, we'll beat any advertised price, whatever it takes.
In New York City, they're so hard to come by, they're handed down from father to son. In Boston, they're negotiated in divorce settlements. In Chicago, people read the obituaries hoping to find a pair. Hockey season tickets are now available to see the Tampa Bay Lightning. How are you going to get yours?
For season tickets, call 229-8800.
Get on the Fast Track Thursday. Review the top motorsports action from IndyCar and NASCAR. Lay it on the line with the World Grand Prix Tour and AMA Road Racing. Plus the best in highlights from German touring cars to off-road with hot action in the SCCA and USAC. Plus over 30 straight weeks of great guests in action on This Week in NASCAR. Get on the Fast Track. Thursdays on Sunshine.
The skies are a luster of blue. The lights are on, and it's opening night in Erie, Pennsylvania. Jamestown and the Sailors, and descending from those blue skies with the baseball this evening, skydivers landed moments ago, and then Her Honor, the mayor of Erie, Joyce Savacchio, with the baseball, and she and Wayne Huizenga both threw out the first pitch tonight. This crowd, as both Gary and John had mentioned, have been lined up for hours here this evening. Let's set the starting lineups for you. Begin with Jamestown, which won this league a year ago, 157 games. From Clemson, Kevin Northrup leads it off. He'll play center field. Matthew Rundles will play second, bat second. Yamil Benitez will hit in the DH slot third. Todd Dryford in right field is out of Wichita State. In the number 5 slot, the all-time leading home run hitter in the history of Southern Conference baseball from Western Carolina, Matthew Raleigh. He'll play third base. In the number 6 slot, Stanley Robertson will roam left. Batting 7th and playing first for Edinburgh College, their graduate, Brad Area. The catcher is Matt Allen, and Daniel Lane bats 9th. He's the shortstop. Defensively, gentlemen, here are the Erie Sailors. Let's take a look at the outfield first. In Samuels, Brad Clem out of Portland, the free agent. Willie Brown, we talked about him from Florida A&M. Up the middle, Tim North signed at a tryout by the Florida Marlins. Tony Torres at second out of Nevada Reno. Lou Lucca, the all Big 8 selection for Oklahoma State at third. Todd Pridey from Long Beach State is at first. And Sean Gusha from the University of San Diego, a 39th round draft selection, Gary, is your catcher this evening.
Yeah, Sean is a very interesting story. This young man battled Hodgkin's disease and has come back. He lost a tremendous amount of weight. Of course, it was at one time a very scary thing for him. He's battled back to be able to catch the first pitch in the history of the Florida Marlins franchise.
On the hill tonight, the other half of the Sailors battery is that gentleman, John Lynch, 21 years old, taken in the second round of the 1992 draft out of Stanford University. He made only a total of 18 pitching appearances in 3 seasons with the Cardinal. He had no record and an ERA of 7.88. But, John, he can throw with velocity, can he?
Yes, he can, Paul. He has a great look about him, and we're very interested to see how quickly he progresses, because he certainly has the makeup and all the physical ability to be a star quality pitcher in the big league someday.
Unlike the temperatures in which these fellows trained the past week in South Florida, it's rather cool here. Lake Erie is but 2.5 miles away. The temperature, if it's 68 degrees, I'd be a bit surprised. It is falling. The wind is gusting above 15 miles per hour. No threat of rain. This ballpark, well, it's a hitter's ballpark. 320 down the left field line, 295 to right, and 390 to straightaway center field. It is a ballpark half a century old with a great deal of history. And legend has it that over that brick wall in right center field, the Bambino himself, Babe Ruth, launched a towering 500-foot home run. Our umpires this evening, assigned by the New York Penn League, Dan Izagna, Jim Reynolds, and our first pitch of the night is a fastball high to Kevin Northrup. The center fielder out of Clemson, a second-team All-American.
Yeah, Kevin Northrup's a heck of a player. We liked him a lot. The Expos beat us to him. He's a fine outfielder and comes out of a great Clemson program. Yeah, you might have noticed that the first pitch was thrown as a ball high, and Sean Gosha took the ball and threw it off to our public relations man, Chuck Poole. That's a historic baseball they want to keep.
This is a night of firsts. We'll have the first hit, the first home run, the first double, the first stolen base. And talking to the skipper of the Sailors team, Freddie Gonzalez, he said the players, that's what they were more concerned with, who would etch their name in history this evening. That's what they were talking to among themselves. It's 3-0 to the hitter in Northrup, our leadoff batter tonight. And there's ball 4. So perhaps jitters on the part of John Lynch with all the distractions of the media being here, John Bowles, and the crowd and the hype, and a delayed start. This game was supposed to begin at 7 o'clock this evening, and just yesterday it was set to 7:30.
Well, Paul, he hasn't had much pitching experience again, and John is going to have his bouts of wildness until he becomes a college pitcher. That's just part of his development. So I think it's more a case of rust than it is nerves at this time.
Matthew Rundles takes the 5th straight ball from John Lynch. It's Northrup, Rundles, and Benitez tonight.
It's interesting to note that John Lynch not only threw the first ball, he's the first player in Florida Marlin history to be booed.
I was going to let that go, but you're right. Inside ball 2. 6th straight ball. Last spring in limited action, John fanned 12, but walked 9 in 8 innings. And with a bat in his hand, he hit .256 with 5 home runs. There you go. A called strike.
They love him now.
How quickly things can change. Well, the first 6 pitches in franchise history failed to find the strike zone, but number 7 by number 1-7 has our count at 2-1. Northrup off first, nobody out, top of the first. And the throw over with Friday holding him. The outfield playing shallow and straight away on Rundles. And from the belt, the pitch is fouled straight back. We are limited somewhat in the knowledge that members of the media here have in terms of scouting and preparation for the opposing teams. Gary and John, what kind of information would Freddie Gonzalez have to scout Jamestown with?
Very little, and what he will do is pick it up as after a couple of games they'll start showing some tendencies, and the manager will show his tendencies, and Freddie will have a feel by then as to just how to play these guys.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Rundles.
It's Todd Pridey, the first baseman over there. We call him Kruk. He looks like, and we hope hits like, John Kruk.
Well, he's in Pennsylvania. Runner going. Hit and run lifted to center field. Northrup will retreat to first. And out number 1 is put away by center fielder Brad Clint.
Everything's a first tonight, Paul. Every fly ball, every walk, every strike, every ground ball. It's really something. We're going to have more autographed balls and programs and things like that we know what to do to.
Came inside, hit it off the fists.
Boy, he ran that ball in on him real well. It was a good live fastball. Popped him up, really. And Brad Clem catches the first out in the history of the Florida Marlins.
Jamestown 51-27 a year ago as Benitez steps in from the right side.
Well, we were both involved in that. John was the field coordinator with the Expos, and I was the scouting director there.
They got it. Great throw by Gusha. Covering is Torres, and there are 2 outs.
I'll tell you a story about Sean Gusha. He's quoted in the paper last week as saying he can catch and throw with anybody in baseball, and he flat threw him out because the guy had a good jump. We'll take another look at it here again. Look at that. That's a tough pitch to handle. The guy had a good jump, and boom.
That was a great play.
Outstanding throw. Good tag, and Sean just backed up his what he talked about last week, saying that he could catch and throw with anybody. He made a great throw. That ball just took off from the pitcher up and in, and he made a great play.
2 gone. The base is empty. And Benitez hits it on a line to left and over the head of Scott Samuels, who misplayed it. Benitez on his way to second base, and he'll stand in there. And that may very well be the first error in Marlins history. It'll be recorded a hit, although Samuels.
I have to say that John Bowles is in charge of our outfield defensive play, and he probably saw about 3 or 4 things done wrong on one play.
Where do I
let
start?
John comment on that.
John, it's all yours.
He must not have seen the ball off the bat because he broke straight in for the ball, and then just he was paralyzed by it and went right over his head. So I think that probably the twilight that we're experiencing right now gave him difficulty on that play.
Samuels never touched it. It's ruled a double for Benitez, and Todd Dreifert takes a fastball away.
Yamil Benitez, who hit that ball, is a young man from Puerto Rico that the Expos, I think very highly of. He had a pretty good year last year for him.
2-0. You were starting to say earlier that both of you fellas were involved with the Expos organization and played a role not with this class, but the class that preceded.
Right, we
this
had
collection.
We had there's a couple of ours still here in this club, but yeah, we were with them. I was with them 6 years. John, I think 3 or 4. So we have a pretty good feeling for some of these players, and also the staff. Jim Fleming, the coach there, one of their coaches was a scout for us, and QV Lowe, the manager, is a good friend. Has been with us for years, and so we're torn a little bit, but not much.
Runner in scoring position, and Benitez with 2 gone. And that finds the outside corner.
John was scheduled to go 3 innings tonight, Paul, but he may only pitch 2. He's going to be held to a 45 to 40 pitch or to 50 pitch limit, and he's thrown a heck of a lot of pitches his first inning, so he may be in difficulty as far as reaching the 3rd.
John's parents have flown in from San Diego to watch his professional debut this evening, and he fans Dreifert, or rather strike 2 on Dreifert to take his full at 3-2. Again with velocity, John.
Oh, great velocity, and it's got a nice tail to the outside corner.
His father, John Lynch Sr., played a year of pro football for Chuck Noll and the Steelers.
I just talked to him.
Grounded above the glove of Lynch, charging is North. The throw in time, and Lynch gets a little bit of defensive help and is out of the inning. No runs ahead. The Expos. Here comes Erie to the plate for the first time when we return.
Jack, you look great. New clubs, new shoes, new ball.
Well, it's the new me, Bill.
New golf game, too?
We'll see.
It's showtime.
Showtime.
Hey! Whoa!
Maybe a 2-iron, Bill?
Yeah, a 2-iron. I just don't get it.
Well, it's showtime, Bill. And it's not the shoes, it's not the clubs, it's not the ball. It's this latest video from Golf Digest, how to get distance and accuracy.
A video?
Yeah, anyone can get it, and it's free when you subscribe to Golf Digest.
Huh.
Outdrive your partner with this half-hour instructional video, free with a 1-year subscription to Golf Digest, just $19.77. Call 800-652-2112. Imagine this video and Golf Digest. Call 800-652-2112.
We welcome you back to Erie, Pennsylvania. Here is the lineup for the Sailors this evening. Brad Klim, who recorded the first out in the history of the franchise. The center fielder will lead things off. Perhaps the first hit ahead of us. Tony Torres will bat in the number 2 slot. The second baseman, Scott Samuels, will bat third. Lanluca in the cleanup position. Todd Pridey will hit fifth. Willie Brown in the number 6 slot. Rick Freeling, the DH tonight, will hit 7th. Tim North, the shortstop, will bat 8th, and Sean Gusha, who made the great throw to give John Lynch some outstanding defensive support, brings up the rear. On the hill tonight, Scott Pashota from Walton High School. As you see defensively, the Jamestown Expos, Robertson, Northrop, Dreifert, Lane Rundles, Raleigh, Aurelia, Allen, and a pitcher here. This is somewhat unique in a high schooler in Pashota, who was drafted a year ago but did not sign out of Walton High School in Marietta, Georgia. And who's the fellow that drafted him, Gary, that he didn't sign with?
A very good scout with the Expos, Eddie Creech. And ironically, I was involved with the signing of Scott Pashota, who's the last guy that I did sign while in the employ of the Montreal Expos. And about a week later, I became a Florida Marlin. This young man's got a great arm. He was going to go to Stanford and turn him down to get into professional ball.
Sat out a year, did not play. And isn't it somewhat unique, John, that he would, in this situation, debut in this league rather than going to rookie league?
Well, he's a young guy that I'm sure he's an extended spring program and just need a lot of work, but he's got a quality arm. This guy was a great selection, and he has tremendous stuff, and he's going to get nothing but better and better.
A big cut by Brad Klim, 0-1 to him. And the next pitch is popped up and out of play. Behind us, 1-1. We'd like to welcome WGTO in Orlando and WQAM in Miami to our broadcast this evening. Carrying this game on radio. Hello from Sunshine Network. 2-1 to Klim. Klim, Torres, and Samuel this evening. Lifted to the left side. Raleigh in foul territory, cannot get there. It's in the seats. There is a lot of room behind home plate and down either line in this ballpark that was originally constructed in the late 30s.
And there's room behind the catcher there. There's a lot of room in foul territory and not much room in the outfield.
Swung on and missed. Brad Klim records the first out on either side, both offensively and defensively.
How about that?
Consistency.
It looked like a sinking fastball that he couldn't lay off of. That's exactly what it was.
Tony Torres, the 11th round draft selection. Wears number 1 on his back. The first pitch to him. Sharply grounded to the third baseman, Raleigh. And the throw over. A high throw pulled Aurelia off the bag, and Torres is saved. The error on the throw by the third baseman, Raleigh, has a runner aboard for the Sailors.
And Tony Torres is, of course, the first base runner in the history of the Florida Marlins. QB Lowe out there arguing the point with the umpire.
The manager of the Jamestown Expos on to protest.
Looked like the pitch got in on him a little. He hit a little ground ball to third, and I don't blame QB for arguing.
It looked as if Aurelia had kept his foot on the bag with the stretch. QB on his way back to the dugout.
Well, even the umpires are in development at this stage.
Scott Samuels, the 9th round draft selection out of Arizona State, watches the ball scoop past the catcher Allen and down to second. Runs Tony Torres.
Scott Peixota's got a very live arm, and that ball just took off on him on the catcher, Matt Allen, and he just got overmatched by the pitch.
It's a passed ball on the catcher, Allen.
That was a nasty pitch.
A lot of movement on and off the right arm of Peixota and the catcher, and Allen out to the hill to talk to his pitcher.
Scott Samuels, the hitter here, is out of Arizona State, and it was signed by Jeff Pentland, who, ironically, a year ago was the hitting instructor at Arizona State. He thinks highly of this young man, and that's basically why we took him as high as we did, and we have very, very high hopes for his offensive ability.
The 1-ball pitch is a curveball that's way outside. Samuel's hometown, San Jose, California, taken in the 9th round. As we see the skipper of this club, Fred Gonzalez, and at first base, coaching this evening, is Jose Castro. 3-0. Jose.
Jose's our hitting instructor here with the Erie Club and also doubles as the first base coach.
Torres off second with 1 out, and it's ball forward to Scott Samuel. Runners at first and second now with 1 gone. Samuels draws the first base on balls this evening off Peixota. Lou Lucca, the third baseman, becomes the 4th sailor to parade to the plate.
This is great. I mean, this is his first at bat in history, and they're already giving him the Lou.
Curveball on the inside corner, called strike.
He's out of Oklahoma State, and he looks very similar at the plate to Pete Incaviglia. He has the same type of approach.
A look by Peixota at the runners, and the fastball is swung on. It gets away from the catcher and Allen, and the runners advance. The second pass ball on the Expos, Matt Allen. Luca had a full cut at it. Did not tip the ball. I thought for a moment perhaps he had, John, but it bounded off the glove of Allen, rolled to his right, and both Torres from second and Samuels from first moved up the base.
Peixota, he just has tremendous stuff tonight. His ball is moving all over the place, and Matt's going to have a tough time receiving him tonight.
And there's a call, third strike, the fastball on the outside corner of the plate. Lucca caught looking.
Lou Luca is out of South San Francisco, California high school. I got a letter the other day from his high school coach, Bob Bryan. Well, here's the pitch, which just is perfect pitch on the outside, good pitcher's pitch, and he froze him up there. But his coach, Bob Bryan, has been a high school coach at South San Francisco High School for 42 years and sent me a letter saying that Lou Luca is the best kid he's ever had. And that was one of the reasons we took him.
Todd Pridey takes a ball away with an opportunity to drive in here. Not only the first run in the history of the franchise, but the first 2. Torres off third. Samuels takes his lead off second with 2 gone, no score, bottom of the first. And from the belt, Peixota comes home. Swung on and missed. 1-1. And you're right, Priddy does have a Kruk-esque physique. He looks a great deal like the leading hitter in Major League Baseball, John Kruk, who is swinging a .372 stick at the moment for the Philadelphia Phillies. And if Priddy can hit like that, ball 2 low, take him any day of the week. What did Jim Fregosi say about Kruk? He'll measure his weight by his batting average and his ability to play every day.
That's not a bad idea.
A ball and a strike to Priddy, and the tall Peixota sees Priddy ground it to first, unassisted earlier. Well, now over the pitcher Peixota to take the throw. Didn't have to, but he did. And the Expos are out of the inning. No runs, no hits, 2 left stranded, an error, 2 pass balls. We're through 1 with no score.
Today we're at Gooding's, speaking with Gooding shoppers.
It's a wonderful selection. You can get stuff here 24 hours a day that you can't get anywhere else anytime.
Give me one superlative word that says Goodings.
Excellence.
Always open, 2 words. And what about value?
Double coupons.
Yep, double coupons.
Can't beat that.
Okay. Good value.
Better shopping.
Goodings.
Goodings.
You want to get the name in there? You seem very adamant about Goodings. Do you shop anywhere else?
No. Why would I need to?
Time. A boxer's biggest ally. A fighter's worst enemy. Time. In seconds, the brain is flooded with 1,000 thoughts. Time. Blink and it could be over. Go the distance and you could be champion. Prime Network's Pro Boxing Series.
Sunday night on Sunshine Network, an affiliate of Prime Network. It's the Anheuser-Busch Family Fitness Weekend, presented by Sports Authority. Be a part of the Bud Light Spreadman Triathlon, the Michelob Light Cool Summer Nights 5K, Bud Dry Inline Skate Series, or the Czech Sprint Kids Tri-Duathlons. The Family Fitness Weekend is coming to the Greenleaf Resort and Conference Center June 26th through 28th. Your local Sports Authority has entry information, or call Exclusive Sports Marketing today. The Anheuser-Busch Family Fitness Weekend. Go for the gold.
The second inning unfolds on Sunshine Network. No score through 1 as we welcome you back to Erie, Pennsylvania, and say hello to 3 guys with faces made for radio. Wouldn't you say? John Bowles, the Director of Player Development. Gary Hughes, the Director of Scouting. We're enjoying this through 1 inning, and you enjoy broadcasting as well, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Bowles?
I think I have a future in this business.
Don't quit your day job.
No, he has no future. Neither do I.
We move to the second, and the big curve is high and inside on Matt Rowley. It's Raleigh, Robertson, and Erie for the Jamestown Expos. John Lynch on the hill. Remember the pitch count under which he works this evening. We mentioned earlier when John was throwing that his father played for Chuck Noll and the Steelers in 1969. Funny how things can turn out to be coincidental. Here is his son making his professional debut in the state of Pennsylvania as well, with a short right field wall. The right fielder in brown has to play it off the wall, and head first in with the double is Matt Raleigh to open up the second inning.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of those this summer here. It's not a it's probably normally would be a fly ball out, but it's real short out there. Here comes the pitch.
Raleigh was a slugger at Western Carolina, owns most of the offensive records there, and boy, that was right off the top of the 15-foot high fence.
Nice throw back in by Willie Brown with a nice relay by Tony Torres. That job was a very good defensive job by both players.
Stanley Robertson fans and misses on the first pitch to him.
Here's Willie Brown. Willie's, as we talked before the game, is from Florida A&M, and with a great history of outfielders, Andre Dawson, Vince Coleman, Marquise Grissom, and Hal McRae, and we hope we got another one in Willie.
Fouled up and out of play as Pridey gives chase.
You made a comment about John's dad in football, and I talked to his dad just before the game, and I had not seen John pitch. Our scouts had. I had, and I saw him pitch the other day the same time as John Bowles also saw him, and I told his father that his son, who was supposed to go back and play football for Bill Walsh at Stanford, should never make another tackle as long as he lives. He's got a chance to be an outstanding professional pitcher, and he's wasting his time in football.
A called third strike, as if on cue. John Lynch sends a fastball past Robertson. 1 gone. He will return in the fall to play strong safety for Bill Walsh in the Stanford Cardinal. But when you have an arm like that, and if you can make pitches such as that, you're worth a great deal of money and can enjoy a bright future, John.
Well, the great thing about John Lynch is that his arm is so fresh because he hasn't pitched that much. So, you know, he's going to get stronger and stronger, and I imagine he's going to throw upper 90s by the time he's done.
Brad Erie takes a fastball high. What's the best reading have you had on him thus far in clocking him on the gun? John, have you done that yet?
No, we haven't done that. We just had the 1 inter-squad game where he opened it up. He threw on the side twice in 1 inter-squad game, but we didn't want to clock him. But I was told by Gary and his guys that they hit him 92, 93.
Yeah, that 93 tops so far, and that's he's going to get better than that too. He's got a great future in this game.
A ball and a strike to Branderia. Lynch works on him. The 1-1. Curveball low. 2 balls and a strike. Matt Allen, the catcher, in the on-deck circle. No score. The Jamestown Expos and the Erie Sailors, the New York Penn League, on opening night. The pitch. Grounded to the right side. Charging is Torres on the 3rd bounce. He throws him out. And the runner, Raleigh, hustles down to 3rd.
Torres is a good player out of Nevada Reno. He played shortstop for them this year. We moved him right away on the recommendation of 2 of our scouts, Wally Walker and Dick Egan, who've seen him play quite a bit. And we think we got him in the right place. He's going to be a good player.
He does a lot of the little things extremely well. He can advance runners and hit and run and do all the things that a good number 2 hitter will do.
The catcher, Ngouche, out to talk to Lynch, with Allen moving into the box. Allen's first swings this evening. And the Tampa native takes a ball inside.
Starting him off with a breaking ball there. He's starting to get a little more, feel a little more at ease, I think, out on the mound. He's only pitched 8 innings at Stanford this year,
The 1-0 is now 2-0. And recall, just an inning ago, the first 6 pitches from Lynch were balls. Walked the first hitter at Northrop and then settled down. Got out of the inning. The 2-0. Allen late, 2-1.
John's really had a good inning this second, Paul. You know, that fly ball, he should be out of it. That was just a fly ball to right field. So his second inning was way better than his first. And if he's able to get Matt Allen here, he'll probably be able to start the 3rd.
The voice of John Bowles, the director of player development. Scouting director Gary Hughes in the booth with us this evening here on Sunshine. This will get a run home. Charging, and the throw is high. A run scores.
Now, how did you know that there was 2 outs if he picks it up?
You know what? I was lucky. A little bit of rust. Allen stands at second with a throwing error. Off of North, it's a 1-0 ball game. Errors abounding both in the booth and down on the field. But you'll see, hit right on the nose and right at Timmy North. And he threw it away. Allen reaching on the throwing error. And here's Daniel Lane, the shortstop.
Tim North that time just didn't follow his throw. He kind of, you know, he got into a good position with his feet, but then just didn't follow through with it.
A 1-0 ball game. Swing and a miss. Dan Lane.
And of course, the error was the first error in the history of the Florida Marlins franchise.
Have you been tracking all of these? You're enjoying this this evening, Gary?
This is fun. No, that wasn't.
Off the fist.
That was
down to North, and he throws him out. A run in on the error. The run is unearned, and we have played an inning and a half, and it's 1-0 Jamestown. Eastwood Country Club framed the University of New Mexico's charge to the 1992 Budget University of Central Florida Golf Classic crown. The tournament featured 17 schools and was led by individual champion and Lobo team member Tim Herron, runner-up Brad Bruno of Kansas, and Jimmy Hansey of Rice. His Owls finished second as a team. And while at times a fairway friend tried to steal the show, the Budget UCF Golf Classic still spotlighted the marvelous play of the New Mexico Lobos.
Yeah, how far away do you think I can get in 72 hours?
I wouldn't trust my car past the city limits.
For the way you travel today more than ever, the smart money is on budget. Now at Budget, get a Lincoln or minivan with unlimited mileage for just $199 per week. The smart money is on budget.
The Sailors will try and balance that run that they surrendered to Jamestown here in the second inning as they parade Willie Brown, Rick Freeling, and Tim North to the plate. In the box seats down the third base line must be in the front row. The gentleman in the Sailors jacket to your left a moment ago was the president of the franchise, Carl Barger. There's Richard Anderson. You see Dave Dombrowski, Dean Jordan in the picture too.
The smartest man in the ballpark is Frank Wren with an overcoat on sitting behind there. He's been here before.
The assistant general manager standing up behind. This is not South Florida weather, but still smiles on the faces. You can see Don Smiley, the vice president of sales, to the right of your screen. Everybody is having a great time. Marlins season tickets are on sale now. Don't miss this opportunity to get your tickets for the Marlins' historic first season. Season ticket packages on all prices are available. Here's Willie Brown. Ball one to Brown with Freeling in the on-deck circle. A guy who can really fly. Tremendous athletic ability in Willie Brown. Peixoto, 2-0.
If you can, this is probably not my place, but Willie Brown hits it in a very unusual stance. If you can somehow get a picture of his feet, he's got both heels off the ground when he hits.
Right back to the mound. Peixoto with the play. Well, we'll have an opportunity a little bit later on that, but he hits off the toe, or off his toes. You're saying, Gary?
It's kind of like a, yeah. There he is. He's up on his toes. He's got him down a little bit better than he had before. But when he came here, he had both his. It was like kind of a hang 10 approach to hitting. He had all 10 toes up and his both heels off the ground. It looks like he might have his back foot down a little bit better now, and that'll come. But it's an unusual way to hit.
Rick Freeling from Creighton University in Nebraska.
Rick was signed by Jim Hendry, who's our scout and was the head coach at Creighton University a year ago, the National College Coach of the Year, and he speaks very highly of this young man, Rick Freeling, and that's why we have him, and we've been very happy with his work in our minicamp.
The 1-0, got a piece of it, 1-1. Freeling is the all-time leader in hits at Creighton University. Has a career batting average there collegiately of .328, but now must make the transition from the aluminum bats, John, to wood.
There's a tremendous difference. That's the most difficult adjustment that we find that hitters have to make. You know, with the aluminum bat, it's just like a weapon, and really guys who make that adjustment to the wood, the sooner they make it, the quicker their development as a pro player will become.
The switch hitter taken in the 35th round, and the players selected during the draft for the Marlins. In addition to Freeling, included Charlie Johnson, your top draft choice, who is yet
Charles is playing about 120 miles from here tonight at Three Rivers Stadium with the Olympic team. John Lynch, of course, is pitching out here. Rich Ireland is a young high school pitcher that's going to be pitching in Kissimmee. And nope.
Line to Rundles at second. You nearly had your first hit in the history
of the
Erie Sailors, Gary.
I started to mention Rich Ireland. He's a young high school left-hander out of Oregon, and he's going to. Here's a.
Lined and stabbed. A nice defensive play by Rundles to keep it from shooting into the gap. 2 outs. And Tim North.
I better get into the fact that it's Kissimmee, Florida, which is where our Gulf Coast League team is. At John's development people have our rookie league club, and that's where Rich Ireland will be pitching.
Inside. The determination made primarily along the fact, or along the lines of high school draftees going to Gulf Coast and your collegiate players coming to this level in the New York Penn League, John?
Well, for the most part, but there are certain circumstances. We have a center fielder named Eddie Christian. We wanted him to play in the Gulf Coast League. He's 20 years old. He went to Long Beach State. We want him to play in the Gulf Coast League because they have big outfields. We think this kid is a tremendous prospect, and in that case, he's a priority for us as a center fielder, and we really wouldn't want him to play you know, in Erie because you've got the short right center field fence, and he wouldn't develop to that side of his defense. So there are special considerations. A lot of times it has to do with age and experience, but there are other circumstances that would dictate that a guy play at one level or the other.
3 balls and 1 strike to Tim North, and the 3-1 offering. Inside, ball 4, and North flips the bat and sprints down to first.
Pachota's ball is moving all over tonight. If we can get some base runners, Matt Allen's going to have a very difficult time with runners on base just catching the ball. Scott has just outstanding major league action today on his fastball.
Sean Gusha, the bottom of the order, the catcher. With 2 gone and North at first, takes a good look at Fred Gonzalez, the manager, flashing signs from the third base coaching box. The pitcher, Pachota, will throw over to first to hold North there. And again, a long look as if North might be running. Goucher out of the box. Looks at Gonzalez, has the sign back in there. Runner not going. And the pitch breaks over, a called strike. 0-1. From Escondido, California, is Goucher, and he's already caught the attention of Gary Hughes up here, along with John Bowles, throwing out a runner in the first.
He was signed by Tim Schmidt, our scout down there, and Timmy really likes his defensive ability, and we can see why.
This the first of 78 games to be played this season by the Jamestown Expos, and a season which will run into the first week of September. Down a run, 1-0. The runner not going. The check swing is a ball high to Sean Goucher. 1-1.
Might be a good opportunity to run here, if not this pitch, the next pitch. With 2 out, if Tim North can steal second base and the way that Matt's having a little difficulty catching Pachota, this now will be a great pitch to run on. 2 out, 2-1 count, and Scott's ball moving all over the place. It may be difficult for Matt to throw Tim North out at second base.
A voice of experience, John Bowles managed the AAA level for Kansas City. A 2-1 count. The runner in North takes his lead. He's not going, though, and it's 3-1. Pachota off the hill a moment, now back on. Sets his toe against the rubber. He's tall at 6'7". Here's Pachota. Allen with the target. And the pitch is called a balk. Ruled a balk. There's a ball inside. Pachota did not come set. And the runner in North doesn't have to steal. He's awarded second base. Apparently, he didn't come set for the full count, says the home plate umpire, Dan Azagna.
Yeah, I think we got the tail end of that, and he may have kept moving, I guess.
With 2 gone and a runner in scoring position now in North, Goucher can tie this ball game. We're in the second. 3 balls, 1 strike, the count to him. And the pitch. Outside, ball 4. Goucher's aboard. A 2-out rally for the Sailors. Back-to-back walks after Brown and Freeling had been retired. And here is the top of the order in Brad Clem. He was a strikeout victim an inning ago. North with his lead at second. Pachota glances that way, kicks and fires home. Lined and stabbed by the first baseman Aurelia, and the inning is over. The Sailors threaten but do not score. We have played 2 complete. Our thanks to you, gentlemen. John Bowles, Gary Hughes, for joining us.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Wayne Huizinga is next here on Sunshine.
Let's play a guessing game. Which brands did Consumer Reports rate the best? General Electric, Maytag, or Whirlpool? Isuzu Rodeo or Jeep Cherokee, Zenith, Sony, or RCA. Guessing games are fun, but when you really need to know the brands to buy, you don't want to play games. You want facts. And that's what you'll get when you call for your trial issue of Consumer Reports.
Every month, Consumer Reports tests and rates products by brand name. Gives you all the pros and cons, including the price we paid. Call for your trial issue now. If you like it, you'll get 12 more issues, including our famous auto issue and the 1993 buying guide issue, all for just $22. Or write cancel on the bill, return it, and owe nothing. Plus, you'll get our current 1992 buying guide issue, absolutely free.
So join the more than 5 million Consumer Reports subscribers who never play guessing games when they shop.
Call for your trial issue now. Call 1-800-652-2112.
Sunshine Network presents Florida Marlins Baseball. Beginning in the spring of '93, you can see live big league action all season long as the Marlins battle rivals from the National League. The Florida Marlins on Sunshine Network.
A capacity crowd at Ainsworth Field this evening. More than 3,500 fans on hand. The Expos leading 1-0 as we greet the gentleman who brought Major League Baseball to South Florida. This way, if you would, sir. Wayne Huizenga with us this evening. Wayne, this is Wayne's World tonight. Isn't this a lot of fun?
It's fantastic. It really is great. I can't tell you how enthused and excited I am to be here. And I love Erie. Erie's great. These fans are super.
They have really rolled out the carpet. The players living in homes here, the fans treating them very warmly, and the players haven't been in town but days.
I talked to a lot of the players before I came up here tonight, and they said it's great. They really like the city. It's terrific. A lot of firsts happening tonight here.
And Gary Hughes, your scouting director, was tracking them all for us.
No one can do it better than Gary.
We're back to live action. Here's Kevin Northrup, who walked and was cut down trying to steal in the first. A ball and a strike to him. Special emotions that you might have on an evening such as this.
Well, it's a first, you know, and it's history in the making. And it's you know, it's hard to describe, and it's a feeling as we build up the emotions, and pretty soon it'll be the draft, and then it'll be spring training, and then all of a sudden it's the big day in April.
And we're less than 300 days away from saying play ball. Lifted up and out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. To Kevin Northrup with Matt Rundles in the on-deck circle. I see the sign there for Blockbuster Video. I see the sign in the left field corner for Waste Management.
Yeah.
2 multinational corporations that you brought together. How does the thrill of putting a Major League Baseball team onto the field and making that a reality compare with the great corporate success that you enjoyed prior to baseball?
Well, it's a little bit different. See, I was very involved in both of those companies, but in baseball here, I'm fortunate to have Carl Barger, Dave Dombrowski, and all the team that they've put together. So they're really doing it, and I can't take the credit. And but it's very, very, very exciting.
Carl Barger and Dave Dombrowski, your president and general manager respectively, will join us shortly here on this broadcast. I'd be interested to know, by the way, the count is 3-2 on Northrup. We'll take your answer after this pitch. What you saw in Carl to bring him into the family. Swung on and missed.
All right. Carl's a great guy. He's been a longtime friend. I've known him for 20 years. He's a unique blend between someone in the baseball business that is. He understands the baseball side, and he also understands the business side, and that's very unique. And Carl, he wears 2 hats. I'm real pleased and excited, and it's fun to be in business with someone who's been a friend for so long.
Matt Rundles, who flied to center field in the first. Takes a ball 1 here. Benitez in the on-deck circle. 1-1. The club that Carl helped put together, the Pittsburgh Pirates, are enjoying some success right now. They've won 10 out of their last 12. Has Pittsburgh in first place in the East, the defending Eastern Conference champions. And I'm sure you've told him that, Carl, it shouldn't take 2-3 seasons that the Florida Marlins should be ruling the East in the National League.
Carl has said all along that we're going to be competitive a lot sooner than a lot of people are going to give us credit for. We'll have to wait and see.
Lynch fires, and it's a called strike on the inside corner. A late call from our home plate umpire, Dan Azagna. A ball and 2 strikes. John Lynch out of Stanford in his professional debut is nearing the pitch count limit that the coaching staff has placed upon him. This obviously will be his last inning of work. Ball low to Rundles. 1-0 our score. Jamestown with the lead at the plate. And the 2-2. Rundles chases a high fastball and sends it up and out of here. Foul. And the count remains even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. It will be something, Wayne, of a cultural phenomenon, I think, next year after the turn of the year when it grows into 90 days and 60 days and 30 days. Can you imagine the fervor, if for this game, in comparison how it will be in another 9 months?
That's right. I would imagine spring training will be as exciting or maybe more exciting than this is, playing in Melbourne.
Spring training, incidentally, in Melbourne and in Brevard County for years to come. A magnificent new facility that is going to be constructed. There's ball 4 low, and Lynch lost Rundles after getting ahead in the count. Lynch surrenders the base on balls to Rundles, and we may have a pitching change right here. Freddie Gonzalez, the manager of the Sailors and a native of Miami, is Freddie. He skippered the Miami Miracle a year ago. Played his high school ball in South Florida. On to ask Lynch how he feels, and yes, the call has gone out. John Lynch has reached the 45 to 50 pinch limit that Fred and staff had assigned to him, and he will be relieved here this evening. And while there's a pause in the action, we'll remind you that Marlins season tickets are on sale now. Don't miss this opportunity to get your tickets for the Marlins' historic first season. Season ticket packages and all price ranges are available in South Florida. Call toll-free 930-7800 in South Florida. And I would imagine that is area code 305. Operators are standing by to take your call for Marlins season tickets on sale now. You have sold in excess of 15,000 season tickets, as I understand it, which would rank you in baseball's top 10 currently.
It's real exciting because we have a 3-phase program. I mean, the regular seats, then the club seats, and then the executive suites. And we're just in the middle of that program now, so we're real excited as where we are.
Our new pitcher is the right-handed Jim Patterson out of Riverside, California. On in relief of John Lynch this evening. He becomes the second player to hurl in a Sailors uniform. You will see that he is a 15th round draft choice. He is out of Fresno State University. He was 12-4 with an earned run average of 3.79 and 20 starts at Fresno to earn second team All Big West Conference honors. And while he warms, Wayne, I have to say that Sunshine Network is awfully pleased and proud to be forming a partnership with the Florida Marlins to televise 63 games next season here on Sunshine. 40 games in Joe Robbie Stadium, 20 games on the road around the National League, and we will also have 3 preseason games and Channel 33, WBFS television, the flagship station of the TV network. 52 games, 1 at home, 49 around the National League, 2 preseason contests. Our friends as well at WQAM, listening to portions of this broadcast this evening, are the flagship radio station in South Florida for 162 regular season games, obviously, and 15 through the season. So fans throughout the state of Florida obviously will be able to enjoy the Florida Marlins in action.
Let me say that we're really enthused and excited that Sunshine is going to play a major role in this thing, and we look forward to a long and happy relationship with you.
When you were a young man growing up, a kid like all of us, did you listen to games on radio, watch them on TV?
Yeah, you know, I moved to Florida when my parents moved to Florida when I was a freshman in high school, and so we didn't have Major League Ball, as you know, down in Florida. So after all these years, finally, we're going to have our team.
I think it was Vin Scully, the broadcaster, that said that the first gentleman who would bring a team into Florida would enjoy a bigger bonanza than Walter O'Malley taking the Dodgers into Los Angeles. Hopefully that will come true for you and for all of us.
Yeah, I hope so. It's exciting, I can tell you that.
Back to live action as Jim Patterson throws for the first time this evening and is greeted by the designated hitter, Yamil Benitez. He cracked that double misplayed by Scott Samuels, 2 left, over his head in the first. A big cut here. Strike 1. Runnels at first, being held by Pridey. The outfield, especially Brad Clem in center field, shaded into the left center field gap. Patterson's pitch, the changeup, and whoa, Benitez way out in front, and in fact they have called a balk on Patterson. That's the second balk called this evening, and Patterson, they say, the umpires did not come set when he came to the belt. You have to come set for a full count, and Patterson out of the stretch was not set a count. The balk at second base is Rundles. No balls and a strike officially. And the 0-1. The kick and the pitch. The let up fouled in the dirt. You had a delegation of 30 people join you for the flight up today from Miami.
Yeah, that's about right. We had 26 on the plane, and some of them came up earlier, and we'll have 28 going home tonight. It was fun coming up. Everybody was talking about the first. Yeah, there they are sitting there now. There's Don Smiley and Bob Belford. There's my father sitting there next to my daughter-in-law and son. It's great.
Wasn't your dad out there throwing a pitch this evening? Did he come out there with you? I saw you throwing a pitch.
No, that was Carl Barger out there, and one of the city commissioners.
There was the city commissioner there that I mistook him for.
There's the pilots and the crew right there.
Jonathan Mariner.
Yeah.
Vice President of Finance.
It's my father. Next to him, Bob, right there in the middle. Bob Belford.
The 1-2 over the head of Benitez, and it's 2-2. One to nothing. Jamestown leading the Erie Sailors. Ainsworth Stadium. 49 years old. This league dates all the way back to 1932. And for the first time ever, the Marlins have fielded a team in the New York Penn League. There's ball 3 inside. Benitez has worked Patterson full with first base open. I saw you down in the dugout before the game, and the players were having a great time talking to you. Smiles on their faces. They were excited.
Yeah, well, that's great. I'm sure that they realize history in the making here, and we're liable to hear a lot of these names for a long time to come.
And wouldn't it be something, and who will be? And it should happen. One of the young men here this evening in a Sailors uniform will hopefully one day soon have his name announced on the public address system at Joe Robbie Stadium.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful for him.
The 3-2 a second time. And from the stretch, Patterson sets and comes home. Swung and missed. He struck out Benitez. Good job of pitching there.
Yeah.
That's the second strikeout. Make that the third strikeout of the evening for Sailor pitching, and the first for Patterson as Benitez went chasing. Todd Dreifert is 0 for 1 tonight. Bounced out to short. Right-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. With 2 gone and first base open, it's ball 1 low. Patterson working rather rapidly now. Nods. He has his sign from Goucher, the catcher. Turns to look at second. And the 1-0 is on the way. Just outside, the catcher Goucher tried to frame it. It's ball 2. 2-0. I know so often I see you, Wayne, in the at the Miami Dolphin ball games and down in the locker room after the contest, congratulating the family, Coach Shula, and what have you. In another few weeks, we're back to pro football too. 1-1 hot to the second, or the shortstop rather, in Timmy North. He throws out Reifert, and the side's retired. Still a 1-0 game. We're through 2.5 here in Erie, Pennsylvania.
One step at a time, General Nutrition Centers can help maximize your performance. Take the first step to run faster, build a better body. Take another step with Weider's new Flex Fire, potent nutritional ammo to help ignite your body's potential.
To fire up my tough workouts, I go to GNC for Weider's Flex Fire. It's the only one for me.
Reach the top with Flex Fire and get a $5 rebate only at General Nutrition Centers, the authority in sports nutrition products.
Ignite your days and nights this July with Sunshine Network. We'll be serving up 3 ATP tennis events with some hard-hitting talents. And teeing it up with the European Golf Tour and Bell's Scottish Open. We'll also be burning it up with the Busch Grand National Budweiser 300. Then roughing it up with Arena Football's Orlando Predators. And catching baseball's rising stars in the AA and AAA All-Star Game. The fireworks are blasting this July on Sunshine Network.
The sun begins to set in Erie, Pennsylvania. We move on to the bottom of the third. With Wayne Huizinga, I'm Paul Kennedy. What a color man to have if you're a play-by-play announcer. I doubt if there are too many play-by-play men who have said with Wayne Huizinga, I am whoever I am. This is a lot of fun. Are you enjoying this?
This is fantastic. It's absolutely great. You might not get me out of here. I like to see.
Dean Jordan might have a very short list of who he might hire as a color announcer for the franchise.
It's kind of cool sitting down there over there behind third base. I think I may just stay a while.
Yeah, it's down cool, and you have to have a glove with you to watch the hot shots that might come down the third base line. We have great seats here behind home plate. 1-0. The Sailors trying to knot this ball game and take the lead. And Matthew Raleigh takes a ball one low. Raleigh, Robertson, and Aria. Check that. It's Torres, Samuels, and Luca. And Torres grounds it foul, a ball and a strike to him. Peixoto, very impressive on the hill for Jamestown. 60 feet 6 inches away from the plate, and he stands 6 feet 6 inches tall. Long leg kick. Grounded foul again down the third base line. Can you imagine standing in there, Wayne, against a pitcher who is 6'7" and on top of a hill, looms so large, as does the lanky Peixoto.
Has to look eerie, right?
Well, there you go. Curveball upstairs. The 11th round draft choice in Tony Torres. 2-2 to him. Outfield plays him straight away. Ooh. And the let-up swung on and missed. The changeup earns the strikeout. The third for Peixoto. Wasn't that a pretty pitch?
Great pitch.
Torres way out in front. When you can throw with the velocity, as can this 19-year-old Peixoto, when you alter the speeds, Peixoto was already all the way around before the pitch arrived in the mat of Matt Allen, or the mitt of Matt Allen, the catcher. Scott Samuel sends a bounding ball behind the second base pad. And the second baseman Rundles fields it with the backhand, throws over, and there are two gone. Good job of pitching, and now an excellent defensive effort by Matt Rundles, the second baseman. And with two away, Lou Luca, who is a strikeout victim in the first, will get his second swing. And he, much like the other member on the corner of this Sailors infield, and Pretty, is a bit on the hefty side. We were talking earlier, the Lenny Dykstra, John Dalton, or Darren Dalton, John Kruk infield. He has that stocky build to him.
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Looks like Keith Sims, perhaps, not quite, of the Miami Dolphins. 0-2 now. Pretty in the on-deck circle. Jamestown scored its lone run in the top half of the second. The 0-2. And Luca manages to get a piece of it and sends it bounding foul outside the first base bag. The pitcher in Peixoto off the hill pulls up one leg of his baseball pants, adjusts his sock, has it the way he wants it, and is ready to fire again. The 0-2 a second time. And again, and the hitter in Luca gets a piece of it, grounds this one foul behind home plate. Wayne, we've certainly enjoyed you coming up here and sitting in for an inning. I know Carl Barger will join us in the fourth, but it's been a delight and again a pleasure for us to form this partnership with your organization.
Thank you very much, Paul. We feel the same way. We're really pleased at Sunshine.
And again, less than 300 days.
Just around the corner.
Oh, yeah. Say play ball. The 1-2. Grounded foul. Luca is getting his hacks in this evening against Peixoto, and there is no activity in the Jamestown Expo bullpen. If you're wondering if Peixoto is on a pitch count this evening, as was John Lynch, the starter for Orlando. The numbers on scout. To the Oklahoma State Cowboy and Lou Luca, the 1-2 outside. Fastball just below the knees, 2-2. Luca led the Cowboys with 17 home runs and 73 runs driven in this past spring in a tradition-rich program. Check swing. Did he go around? Yes, he did. He's out of there. The side set down 1-2-3. Again, Wayne, many, many thanks.
Thanks a lot, Paul. Appreciate it. Good luck to you.
The greatest color man in the history of the game. Gotta say, Wayne Huizenga. And we'll be back with the fourth in a moment.
If you use plastic grocery bags from Goodings, just think what you could be saving. Help keep Florida green. Recycle your plastic bags at Goodings.
I'm John Defendis, Mr. USA and founder of the SURE organization. I've trained hundreds of athletes and advised them not to use steroids. One of the side effects of steroids is hair loss. Fortunately, I met Dr. Chambers of the Chambers Hair Institute. He not only helped me get my hair back, but he serves on the board of SURE and has helped hundreds of other athletes like me rebuild their hairline and their self-esteem. Chambers Hair Institute, they don't just promise, they deliver. Call now for a free consultation.
Tires ain't pretty, but brakes, they're very ugly. So stop buying brakes. Allied Discounts Tire introduces brakes for life.
$49.95 buys it all. When you buy brakes for life, you'll never buy brakes again. Get free brake pads and brake shoes forever. And now, Allied is open Sunday.
At Allied Discounts Tire, we'll beat any advertised price, whatever it takes.
A 1-0 ball game in Erie, Pennsylvania. The visiting Jamestown Expos, the defending champions of this New York Penn League. Leading by a run, we move on to the fourth. And there are even people outside the stadium on the distant hills looking in, enjoying the arrival of professional baseball produced by the Florida Marlins here. This franchise has been playing in this city since 1932. For a while, the Cardinals had a team here, as did the Orioles, and now Carl Barger, the president of the Florida Marlins, brings Florida here to Erie, Pennsylvania. Thanks a million, Carl, for joining us here this evening.
Well, it's my pleasure, although I don't really think I brought Florida to Erie, Pennsylvania, because for the fans down there, those who are complaining about the warm, humid weather, I can assure you it can't get much colder than what we have here tonight.
It feels the net effect after being in Florida. It's pretty chilly. Matthew Raleigh, ball 2 to him. Your predecessor in this chair said he kind of liked the job as we continue to audition colormen this evening, and I would guess that we might be reviewing your tape as well if you're interested.
No, I think that I put Wayne and myself on the disqualified list. Aside from being not qualified, I think we have a lot of great people that we're going to be looking at, but Wayne and I are not one of them.
Raleigh, Robertson, and Erie for the Expos. And it's 3-1, the automatic in on Raleigh. Raleigh scored the only run of this ball game when he doubled back in the second and came across the plate on the throwing error by North, which could have been the third out. Called strike 2. We go full at 3-2. Right-handed pitcher in Patterson. Right-handed hitter in Raleigh. And the full wind and the payoff pitch. Ball 4 just outside. And the leadoff runner is aboard for Matthew Raleigh, the slugger from Western Carolina University. Your director of scouting, Gary Hughes, along with the director of player development, John Bowles, led off our telecast this evening. I think they were as excited, Carl, as the players themselves.
Well, I think they are. They've done a marvelous job putting this whole thing together, and they're excitable type guys. As a matter of fact, I can't speak highly enough about our whole organization. We've been really fortunate, Paul, to put a quality organization both on the business and the baseball side, and I couldn't be more pleased. I'd rank our group with anyone in baseball. I really would.
Stanley Robertson fouls the first pitch to him in the dirt. He was a strikeout victim an inning ago. The runner at first, Raleigh. And Patterson from the belt. The 0-1. The curveball. Fouled away. Earlier in the spring, the Florida Marlins completed a deal. Carl Barger signing an agreement to bring your spring training facility to Brevard County. That has to be exciting.
Well, it really was. We've been working on it for quite a while, Paul, and Brevard brought, whoops.
Fly ball, left field, Samuel.
Canicorn.
Played it perfectly. One gone. You were saying?
No, but Brevard, early on we set a list of criteria, what we're looking for in a minor league facility site. Brevard passed all the criteria with flying colors. The great enthusiasm, the great governmental support. We're going to have fine facility. It's going to be located about 3 hours from South Florida. And you know, as you see in the graphic right now, I think it's going to be a great partnership between Brevard County and the people of Brevard County and the Florida Marlins in South Florida. We're looking forward to it, and dirt's going to be turned come July.
Brad Erie lifts this one into shallow left center field. A good jump by Samuels, though. And there are 2 away. Brevard County Commissioner Thad Altman made mention of the fact that he has received more than 4,000 inquiries for tickets to your spring training games that will be played in the future. As we get another look on the routine fly ball to left, but 4,000 inquiries simply without doing a thing, not an advertisement having been made.
Actually, it's even more than that now. The response is incredible. Next year we'll be playing our minor league, our spring training games in a renovated Cocoa Expos, but the following year we'll have our own site, and it's going to be state-of-the-art in all respects. What we got to do is get the Sailors, get their bats moving a little bit tonight.
The observations of Carl Barger this evening. His ball club is down a run. He has his game face on.
Very much so. I never take it off.
Well, your former ball club, the one you helped build, back to respectability, and the Pittsburgh Pirates are on a great run right now as you return here, won 10 out of 12.
Jimmy Leland has done just such a remarkable job. I'm concerned about what might be the verdict on Barry Bonds' back. As you know, he went down in the Mets game yesterday.
Pulled rib, they said today.
That can be a protracted thing. I hope not. My heart, until we play a major league game, my heart's still with Pittsburgh all the way.
Matt Allen, the hitter, a ball and a strike to him as Patterson throws over to first. A runner in Raleigh, back safely. Raleigh led off the inning with the single, and Robertson and Erie have since flied out. Patterson again working on Allen. Runner bluffs the start. The pitch is a fastball inside. It was Andy Van Slyke, returning our thoughts to Pittsburgh, who said without Bonds, the Pirates cannot win the East. He said that today.
Well, I don't think I'd make it that strong. Andy's being very humble at that juncture, but it would make it a lot more difficult. I mean, Bonds is a key link, no doubt about it.
The pitch way outside, and the catcher Goucher does a nice job of sliding over and keeping it in front of him to prevent the runner and Raleigh from heading to second. A 1-0 ball game. Jamestown in the top of the fourth, leading the Erie Sailors. The Erie/Florida Marlins Sailors. Ground ball foul. Into the dugout, over the dugout, and into the crowd. This is a ballpark that is so old. When I first walked in here, I thought Robert Redford should be pulling the Bat Wonder out of its violin case and hitting them over that middle school, which actually serves as the locker room facilities there.
The Babe Ruth smokestack. Yeah, that's where they say that the Babe launched one right over that stack. And Robert Redford, he could put the sparks in the lighting. Oh, it would be a great scene. But this is baseball. We forget this minor league atmosphere. The people tonight are fantastic. They're freezing, but they're enjoying it. The kids are out. People picnicking along the right and left field lines. It's just marvelous. It's what it's all about.
Pete Rose has played here. Pete Rose Jr.
Oh, that's quite a history.
3 balls, 2 strikes. With the count full, the runner will be going with 2 outs. And off is Raleigh. And it's ball 4 to Matt Allen. Patterson on the hill is mad at himself. He's allowed Allen the 2-out walk. That's the first walk he is issued. The third by Sailor pitching this evening. And here's Dan Lane. Lane grounded to short, his only trip to the plate this evening. And it's ball 1 outside. Tall is Dan Lane, former star at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Played for the Gauchos. Quite tall at 6'3", and with an open stance from the right side. He pumps the bat. And Patterson, with 2 runners on, comes home, and it's swung on and missed. A ball and a strike. Raleigh still at second. Allen off first. The first baseman, Pridey, playing behind him, not holding the runner. And the 1-1. That's a called strike. 1-2. It's interesting that Charles Johnson, and coincidental too, your #1 draft choice, would be playing this evening in Three Rivers Stadium.
It is remarkable. I've thought a lot about it.
In an Olympic exhibition.
We got a call from Ron Fraser today wanting to know where a great Italian restaurant in Pittsburgh is.
Lifted to deep right center field, but there is Clem to retire the side. I want to hear your recommendation for a good Italian restaurant. I'll get that from you, Carl Barger, when we return. It's 1-0 here at Ainsworth Field in Erie.
$74.58.
Wow, how did you know that?
Wouldn't you like to be able to do math like that in your head? Now, through amazing discoveries and telebrands, meet the human calculator, Scott Flansburgh.
Using my methods, you'll be able to do addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, all in your head.
What's 987 times 954?
941,598.
Very good.
Get better grades in school, keep a running total while you shop, and gain a competitive edge in business. Scott Flansburgh will teach you on this easy-to-understand video cassette. It's only $19.95. Call now.
To order, have your credit card ready and call 1-800-652-2112 or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $4.50 shipping and handling to Human Calculator, 5555 American Way, Roanoke, Virginia.
Legends of the game play ball once again. Baseball's greatest names gather to rekindle old memories. Take a step back in time and see the names that made the game. Kellogg's Celebration of Baseball Old Timers Game. Wednesday night at 10 on Sunshine Network.
Well, Sunshine Network would like to say, hello, Mike. Like to be like Mike in Miami this evening. Here in Erie, it's a 1-0 ball game. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error for the Expos. Those 2 errors by the Sailors, who have yet to record a hit. Difference in this game. Marlins season tickets, will remind you, are on sale now. Don't miss this opportunity to get your tickets for the Marlins' historic first season. Season ticket packages in all price ranges are available. In South Florida, call toll-free at 1-800-930-7800. Operators are standing by right now to take your call. Well, the Erie Sailors looking for their first hit still. It is Todd Pridey, Willie Brown, Rick Freeling in the 4th. And Pridey sends it back to the screen.
You know, it's funny. You can't believe how hard these kids are trying. They were so excited in the dugout when we talked to them. It means so much to them. They know it's history in the making. I think they're pressing something terrible. It's a talented bunch of kids. I'd love to see them break out here.
This one of 2 minor league franchises that you have. Your rookie club is in Gulf Coast. In that league, this club skippered by a Miamian. Born in Havana, reared in South Florida, Freddie Gonzalez.
Freddie's quite a guy. He really is. We're very proud of him.
1-2 now. And the swing and a miss by Pridey. Friday with 47 RBIs for the 49ers of Long Beach State this past year. And now is a strikeout victim as he chases a pitch in the dirt. 1 gone. Willie Brown out of Florida A&M. Seeking his first hit. He bounced back to Pershota, the pitcher, in the 2nd. How many great players have come from Florida A&M University? Marquise Grissom, right now for the parent Expos, is having a fabulous season. Swung out and missed to Brown. And Brown and Grissom rank 2 and 1 respectively. Marquise, the all-time leading base stealer in Florida A&M history, and Brown is 2nd. Both very fleet of foot. We'll talk with Dave Dombrowski later this evening, the general manager of the franchise, who was instrumental in drafting Marquise Grissom. 2 balls, 1 strike.
I got to get a run before I turn it over to Dombrowski. I'll never hear the last of it.
Carl Barger, again, very intent. Line foul, look out. Everybody's all right. That banged off the concrete wall. Dave Dombrowski moving into the booth. Overheard you there. SRO, as they say in show business, standing room only. The hottest ticket tonight in Erie, which is a city of considerable size. It's the 3rd largest township in the state of Pennsylvania, behind obviously Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And we are tucked way up into the upper northwest corner, right on the banks of Lake Erie. An even distance between Cleveland and Buffalo. Buffalo may be a shade closer, about an hour and 20 minutes away. There's a base on balls for Willie Brown with 1 out and a runner is aboard.
This could be the break I'm looking for. I got to get a hit and a run here before Dombrowski comes in here. He'll take all the credit for it.
Well, let's see if we can get Brown scooted off to 2nd base. He is a threat to run. Rick Freeling, who hit the ball sharply, the designated hitter, but right at Matt Rundles at 2nd. His only trip to the plate. In from the left side as the Sailors run left-handed hitters at the pitcher in Pershota. No activity still in the bullpen, and obviously with Pershota having failed to surrender a hit, really no need to. Although Pershota has not had a great deal of work in camp for the Expos, and really no competition to speak of. He was drafted a year ago and did not sign out of Walton High School in Marietta, Georgia. The first pitch to Frayling, bounded to first. This could be two. The hard way. There's one, and the throw to first in time. That's 3 to 6 to 3, and Carl. Wow. Wow. Well done by Aurelia to Lane and to Rendell's covering. What a tough double play.
That pitcher showed a lot of tummy the way he covered that bag.
It was Pershota that covered the bag and stretched out, laid out for the ball, and kept his right foot on the bag. And with the tumble in Freeling, the inning is retired. Carl, thanks. We'll be back with more after this on Sunshine. Thank you, Paul.
Now you can draw the roundest circles, perfect straight lines in any direction, even complicated geometric patterns, perfect every time with the amazing rolling ruler. The secret tool of architects and draftsmen has 2 tire-like gripping rollers that keep the rolling ruler level as it speeds across your work. The special meter automatically indicates the distance between your lines. The rolling ruler makes professional-looking office forms, charts, graphs, school projects come alive. Do geometry and trig faster and easier. Craftspeople find it irresistible. Dress patterns can be altered to any size. The handyman will love the built-in protractor for perfect angles or make beautiful curves and long straight lines that go on and on. Call or send for rolling ruler right now. Simply insert your pencil into any hole and roll straight lines, parallel lines. Insert 2 pencils and roll curves, arcs, and circles instantly. Redecorate like a professional. Replan your lawn and garden to perfect scale. Get results you'll be proud of. Kids love it just for doodling. Call or send $12.98 to Rolling Ruler now. You'll also receive the amazing Pantograph. Copy your favorite photos, cartoons, or designs to any size in just minutes. Finish with the confidence of a real artist. You'll impress yourself. Call or send now. You get the Rolling Ruler and the amazing Pantograph for only $12.98. Order now.
A defensive gem to the hard way by the Jamestown Expos. And it's the pitcher, Scott Pershota, covering. Does he keep that right foot on the bag? The umpire said he did. And the double play maintains his no-hitter. And the lead, it's 1-0 as we welcome the general manager of the Florida Marlins franchise, Dave Dombrowski, here as he faces a team in the Jamestown Expos that ought to be quite familiar. You were the general manager of the Montreal Expos for years.
Many of these names are quite familiar. The pitcher himself, Scott Pershota, pitched last year. He was drafted by our organization, so a lot of them do look familiar.
Carl Barger left here in a huff. He was unable to get the run, and he said, well, now they'll score with Dave Dombrowski in the chair. Mr. Heisinger, Dave, Carl Barger, and now yourself, still looking for a hit, much less a run tonight.
Well, I'll take a hit during this inning, so I'd like to get that monkey off of our back, and once we get the first hit, we can hopefully take it from there. One of the differences are between the 2 teams. A guy like Pershota has been pitching an extended program and pitching consistently, so he can go out there and pitch quite a few innings in comparison to our pitchers that are just starting off and are limited to, say, 50 pitches.
As was the case with John Lynch, who can really throw the ball hard, clocked it better than 90 miles per hour, but threw just under 50 pitches here this evening.
Yes, that's the case, and it's one in which you don't want to be careful. You want to build your pitcher's arms up. You don't want to push him too far the first time. And Lynch, who had not pitched much in college this year, even though he has a good arm, was out there and thrown a lot of pitches and wanted to make sure to get him out. And next time they'll build him up a little bit more. And as he improves his control, we'll continue to go further and further into the game.
And John Lynch went 2 1/3 innings. Jim Patterson now on in relief, and Jerry Stafford is warming up for the Sailors down in the Erie bullpen. The hitter is Northrup in the top of the order, and he grounds it into the hole. North with the backhand throws him out. A nice play. 1 gone. With range, Tim North, a fellow you signed in a tryout camp, goes into the hole and makes the tough play.
He made a fine play there. He's settled down after that one error he made earlier in the game. He's made a couple nice plays after that.
Another look at it. They've gotten a late start, but managed to get over there. See the way the dust is kicking about here this evening, Dave. We were down on the field together before the game, and with the winds blowing in from Lake Erie, it's a ball 1 to Matt Rundles. Bit of an Oklahoma dust storm down there for a while.
It sure is. It's one, and you see the dryness up here, and then you see the infield, which is just being worked on, and they've done a nice job. It's a little bit soft, so that dust is kicking all over the place. I think everybody needs a shoe shine after tonight.
2 balls, no strikes to Rundles. He's 0 for 1 officially. Walked in the 3rd. Sends this one right up the chute. The second baseman, Torres, says, I have it. And he does. 2 gone. Rundles retired for the 2nd time this evening. The wind has been gusting on occasion in toward home plate. Lake Erie is out in the distance over the 390-foot wall, and the houses that rest in between. Yamil Benitez, the designated hitter, looks at a fastball on the outside corner, called strike. This Jamestown Expo team here, Dave, is entirely different from the one that won the New York Pin League a season ago.
It sure is. The players from that ball club have all moved up basically in the organization in Montreal. A lot of them are playing in West Palm Beach, some of them in the Sally League in Albany for their club, and also in the Midwest League at Rockford. So they basically have taken that step up to one of those 3 places. And then you have all these young players that have come in. A lot of them, for example, here Benitez, who signed out of Puerto Rico a couple of years ago, has progressed up the ladder, played a couple of years in rookie ball, and then a lot of their draft choices also from this past year.
Well, if we don't have the hitting right now, we have the pitcher in the Erie Sailors as Patterson sets down the side. And the comments of Dave Dombrowski, his observations continue when we return on Sunshine.
Now, when I was a young man, I wanted just one thing, to open my own business and be called the Tire King. Tire Kingdom. Where more people buy their tires. Where your wishes are desired. Lowest prices, best selection, fastest service, satisfaction. If you want the best selection and the fastest service too, the lowest tire prices, Tire Kingdom is for you.
Legends of the game play ball once again. Baseball's greatest names gather to rekindle old memories. Take a step back in time and see the names that made the game. Kellogg's Celebration of Baseball Old Timers Game. Wednesday night at 10 on Sunshine Network.
In time of need, the South has always been able to count on its finest sons to put it all on the line. And once again, that time is now. It's the annual Florida-Georgia High School All-Star Game.
Live Saturday night at 8 on Sunshine Network.
We sail into the bottom half of the 5th inning. The Expos leading 1-0, and that H column that you see on the right of your screen just as significant, because halfway through this ball game, the Sailors have yet to collect the first base hit in the young history of that franchise. As we say hello again with the general manager of the Florida Marlins. I'm Dave Dombrowski. I'm Paul Kennedy. Hello, I guess that's who I am this evening. Let's take a look at your minor league organization here, Dave, and how you've set it up. This is the league in the New York Pin League where you're going to send your college players. You will also have the Gulf Coast Marlins where you send your rookie league team, and adding a single A, a long A, and a triple A next year.
Yes, that'll be the farm system for next season. We're not sure where that A ball club and triple A club will be. At this time, we hope it will be somewhere close to Florida, basically, because we like to line our clubs geographically. And then in 1994, we'll have an additional club at least, which will be our double A club, and contemplate if we should add another full season A club that year in 94 or wait until 1995.
Your AAA staff has already been established. You've hired a skipper for that team?
Yes, we have. Sal Rendy, who is our roving instructor this year, will be our AAA manager if he is not on our big league staff at that time.
A Baltimore chop to the third base bag, and Riley guns out Tim North, and there is one out. In selecting the skipper that you did here in Freddie Gonzalez, you get a local guy who's coached on the college level at the University of Tennessee, as well as the professional level with the Miami Miracle. So you have great balance, and he's young as well.
He is, and John Bowles last year was very impressed with Freddie when he saw him work with the Miami Miracle Ball Club in the Florida State League. He was impressed with the work that he did. So he was in a position where It just, everything worked out well. A guy that has the credentials that you talked about, young at age, who had been in professional baseball a while with some coaching credentials, managing credentials, and we were very happy with Freddie since he's been added to the organization. He has great potential to move up the ladder, has a good way of working with the young players, great disposition, and also knowledgeable.
Sean Goucher with a ball and a strike to him. Walked in the second, was left stranded. A 1-0 ball game. Jamestown in the lead. Peixoto in command. And the pitch is outside. Fastball away. Not only do you have to focus on rising young amateur talent and prepare yourself for the minor league infrastructure, but the Major League expansion draft is coming up in November. We need to address that issue. We have yet this evening, but that should take place around Thanksgiving this year.
It'll take place around Thanksgiving, sometime in November. We're not sure of the exact date at this time. And the majority of my time has been spent on working towards the expansion draft along with our Major League scouts and preparing the information for the November draft.
Peixoto stabs the bounding ball off the bat of Goucher. 2 gone. In the expansion draft, as you see, Major League teams, Dave, can protect 15 players from the eligible pool, and there are some loopholes and rules in regard to what type players are protected. No team loses more than 1 player in the first round. 2 expansion clubs in the Florida Marlins and the Colorado Rockies alternating picks. And as we continue to read through the expansion draft after the second round, each National League club can protect 3 more players above the 15, as each American League club protects 4.
Those are the rules themselves. They're quite interesting as you go along, because you realize that you're going to come up with some fine talent out there. I think the real plus for us when in comparison to other expansion clubs is that with the American League and the National League clubs both participating, that you're going to receive the 16th best player from the various organizations.
The first base hit in franchise history is sent into right field off the bat of Brad Clem.
The monkey's off the back there. That's nice to see. Now it'll be us to try to get some runs on the board.
Brad Clem recorded the first putout in the history of the team. And now he has ended Peixoto's burgeoning no-hitter. A clean single into right. Pulled that low fastball, didn't he?
Fastball down and in and got the bat around on it. Peixoto throws well. He has a good arm and a good moving fastball. And he's still strong at this time. As you can see, nobody's up in the Montreal, the bullpen there for the Expo club here.
You were in command in Montreal, were you not, when you drafted Peixoto out of high school in suburban Atlanta?
I sure was, and Gary Hughes worked very hard in trying to sign him. It was a tough sign because he had a full scholarship offer and ended up signing late in the year, and was a good signing for the Expos organization.
Todd Torres rather than Peixoto. Ball 1 to him. The runner at first, and Clem represents the tying run in this 1-0 ball game. Advantage Jamestown. And the pitch is popped up. Behind home plate, Matt Allen doffs the mask, comes back to the screen, and falling backward, makes the catch to retire the save. Through 5 complete, that 1-run lead looms very large for the Jamestown Expos here in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Watch out! Oh, no! Uh-oh! Are nicks and scratches destroying your car's finish? Introducing Color Smart, the color-coordinated polish that makes nicks and scratches disappear. Look, to shine your shoes, you choose matching color polish. Color Smart works the same way. Just choose the color that matches your car. Not a car key! Use Color Smart White and those scratches disappear. Color Smart brings back any car's shine. Amazing! Don't spend hundreds on a new paint job. Now you can order Color Smart, the intelligent car polish, for only $19.95. Order now and we'll double the size of your bottle at incredible 16 ounces. But wait, Call within the next 10 minutes and we'll also include this triple bonus. Restore it, clear glass, and new car scent. A $20 value free. Order your Color Smart today.
Have your credit card ready and call 1-800-652-2112 or send check or money order to the address on your screen. For faster delivery, call 1-800-652-2112.
Sunshine Network presents Florida Marlins Baseball. Beginning in the spring of '93, you can see live big league action all season long as the Marlins battle rivals from the National League. The Florida Marlins on Sunshine Network.
The lights of Ainsworth Stadium in Erie, Pennsylvania. The visiting Jamestown Expos leading the home-standing Sailors by a run. We greet our third Erie hurler of the evening, and a left-hander, Jerry Stafford, out of San Diego State, tall at 6'4", selected in the 13th round of the draft this year. Only 25 innings of work, Dave, but you saw something that you all liked.
Yes, our people sure did. That's one of the things about scouting that goes unknown a lot of times. You look at these college pitchers on their staffs, normally not the high school people, but the college pitchers. They may not be the #1 pitchers on their staff all the time as far as people who are selected. We go a lot about evaluating the talent and the arms. You see the first pitcher, John Lynch, our #2 draft choice, is a person who pitched very limited number of innings. Stafford the same thing, and they're looking at arm strength and trying to project a pitcher rather than the immediate results which you look for when you're coaching a college team.
Todd Dreifert, who is 0 for 2 this evening, takes ball 2. It's Dreifert, Raleigh, and Robertson. Patterson was strong and surrendered 2 hits in this game, but concluded his work in the 5th, 3 up, 3 down, retiring the side in order. Called strike here to Dreifert. Jerry Stafford pitched for the Fairbanks Gold Panders. They're right, Gold Panners in the Alaskan League. Up there in the summer when the sun never sets.
Tough scouting up there. It's a little tough to get up there. You spend your time, of course, a long distance traveling and trying to evaluate the talent up there. But there's some good baseball played out there. And you usually have a top club that goes into the big semi-pro tournament every year in Wichita, and whatever club from Alaska comes out of there usually ends up being one of the top clubs there as far as competing to win a championship.
He opens up his career professionally by fanning Dreifert. 1 gone. Nice offering from the left-hander, and Dreifert chased it. Dreifert reaching. Great size, though. The physique, better than 210 pounds on Stafford. And the lefty from San Diego misses inside. Ball 1 on Matthew Raleigh. Raleigh's 2 for 2 this evening and scored this game's only run. The 1-0 well hit to left, but Samuels is there. Ball seemed to dive when it got up there. 2 outs.
I think he just got it off the end of the bat there. It didn't quite carry as far as I thought it was going to when he first made contact.
Samuels on his horse out of Arizona State. 9th round draft choice. Stanley Robertson, 0 for 2 tonight, steps in. And looking at Joe Robbie Stadium and the ballpark that you will have physically there and its dimensions. On first blush, your thoughts on how you might tailor a team? If you've thought about it, Dave, I would think you might have in that stadium.
We've given some thought to it and looking at the games that have been played so far this year in spring training. And it's one in which I think that we're basically looking at a ballpark that's going to be conducive to scoring some runs. When you look at the porch in left field, it's a place that the ball will carry out of there. So I think that you're going to look for a lot of hitters that can hit the ball out of the ballpark there and into left field. I think the ballpark overall, with its dimensions, is not an overly big ballpark, so I think it will be a park in which a lot of runs are scored.
Robertson with a clean single to left, the 4th base hit of this game for the Expos, and Erie takes a called strike. The Jamestown Expos have taken a lot of first strikes in this game.
They've taken a lot of first strikes, which is also a good sign for us, in that our pitchers are going out and get ahead of the hitters. That's been impressive tonight for me with watching these pitchers go out there, the three of them. Lynch was a little wild to start off, but they all have good deliveries, which is important. They're throwing strikes primarily here their first time out, which is not easy to do. And looks like when you have pitchers that do that, you've got something to work with.
Gusha throw out one runner earlier. Here he cannot cut down. Robertson, a stolen base for Stanley. The first stolen base this evening. A good jump by Robertson. The throw just about right there, wasn't it?
Quite a throw, and actually if he would have held on to the ball, he would have had him there. He went to make the tag a little bit quick, tried to tag him before he caught it.
A runner at second now with two gone. The base hit and the stolen base. A ball and 2 strikes to Erie. And Stafford fires. Low, 2-2. This catcher in Sean Goucher does not lack confidence, does he, Dave? We remarked earlier in our broadcast this evening the statements that he had made, that he thought he was the best defensive catcher that you had of the 3 that you signed, and Charles Johnson, who awaits his opportunities following the Olympics.
He does not lack for confidence, as you mentioned. It's good to see that, though, because you normally find that the players who do make it have that confidence and a little bit of cockiness to them. And he has shown some impressive skills tonight in throwing the ball. He made the outstanding throw in the first inning. That was a good throw there also. He's been a good receiver behind the plate. The one question, of course, is his bat in comparison to when you talk to somebody like Charles Johnson. But he has shown some ability and shows you why he was drafted. And a catcher who can catch and throw always has the capabilities of playing in the major leagues, because if you can catch and throw, they're tough to find.
The hitter in Erie reaches out and grounds it to third. On the move, Luca cuts down Erie, and the side's retired. Dave, thanks a million.
Paul, thank you. Nice being with you.
It's been a pleasure. 1-0, though. We still are looking for that run here on Sunshine.
I'm John Defendis, Mr. USA and founder of the Sure organization. I've trained hundreds of athletes and advised them not to use steroids. One of the side effects of steroids is hair loss. Fortunately, I met Dr. Chambers of the Chambers Hair Institute. He not only helped me get my hair back, but he serves on the board of Sure and has helped hundreds of other athletes like me rebuild their hairline and their self-esteem. Chambers Hair Institute, they don't just promise, they deliver. Call now for a free consultation.
Over 30 Olympians and world record holders from 6 countries head-to-head in one of the premier meets leading to the Summer Games. The Charlotte Ultra Swim. Saturday at noon on Sunshine. They're building for the future. Tampa Bay and Ottawa, the NHL's 2 newest teams, take their first step towards hockey history. The 1992 expansion draft. Live Thursday at 6 on Sunshine Network.
It's a 1-0 ball game. Jamestown Expos, the franchise which won this 14-team member New York Penn League a year ago, leading by a run as we welcome one of the very best baseball writers in America, Gordon Eads, who we are fortunate enough in the state of Florida, writes for the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel. Gordon, good to have you here.
Thank you, Paul. I'm glad to be here. Sooner or later, this team's going to score a run. It would have really been bad form if they had been no hit tonight in their first game, but they're rolling now.
Red faces would have been abounding, I would think. Gordon Eads, who wrote for more than 9 years for the LA Times, covered the Dodgers, the Angels, both leagues.
Yeah, the Dodgers are fielding like a New York Penn League team these days, Paul. Imagine you notice that.
But Tommy Lasorda keeps getting accolades for the job he's doing.
Tell you one thing, the kid who's impressed me tonight for Erie is this catcher, Sean Goucher. I don't know if you recall, Paul, but after he was drafted, the 39th round draft pick, he's a kid who said he could catch circles around their #1 pick, Charles Johnson. Maybe you talked about him in the first inning when he gunned the base runner out, but
Dave Dabrowski was talking about him a moment ago.
So far, he's shown that maybe he knows what he's talking about.
Scott Samuels, Lon Luca, Todd Pridey, 3, 4, and 5 for the Sailors. Samuels up and out of play. He misplayed The fly ball by Raleigh to open the second that went over his head and left. Did Samuels. Was officially scored a double. Raleigh later scored. That's this game's only run. Samuels would like nothing more than to atone for that here. The pitch again up and out of play.
Dave Eggert warming up in the Jamestown bullpen, Paul, left-hander.
Eggert from Cal State Northridge, another West Coaster. Ventura, California.
My neck of the woods, Paul.
Yeah.
I lived in Agoura, which is...
They were holding the West Coast guys until you came on the air, Gordon.
Well, of course, the Sailors also have a pitcher from Cal State Northridge who just joined the team in the last several days. In fact, too late for really anyone to get a read on how well he's throwing. That's Ken Kendrena. Led Division I pitchers and strikeouts this past season.
A leadoff walk by Samuel. Scott's aboard. It's the first time in this game this evening, and we are in the 6th, that Erie has enjoyed its leadoff hitter on board.
It's been a good part of today, Paul, with Scott Samuels and Lou Luca as they were apartment hunting. Guys were stuck out in Best Western Motel, which is a good ways out of town. I had some wheels, gave them a ride. They filled out their applications. It's funny, you know, a lot of people think that these guys would be all hepped up for their first game, but they've been so preoccupied with dealing with some of the practical things they've had to do, like find a place to live, find transportation, etc., that the game has almost become secondary.
So the 5th base on balls, surrendered by Peixoto, and his skipper and QB Lowe on to settle him down. We invite you to join us tomorrow evening for the National Hockey League Television Awards Special, hosted by Alan Thicke, live from Toronto at 8 o'clock on Sunshine. Sharply hit ground ball through the left side, off the bat of Lon Luca. And there are runners at first and second now, with nobody out. And as Gary Hughes, the scouting director, pointed out, in his first game, he's already Luca to the fans here.
One thing that Gary Hughes has got to get straight, he thinks that here's a base hit first by Luca. Goes after a low fastball, pulls it through the hole past the diving third baseman. Gary Hughes, Paul, is under the impression that Luca's dad owns a deli in San Francisco. Not true. There is a place called Little Luca's, but it's no relation to Lou. He says that story's been following him around since he was in grade school.
We never did receive Carl Barger's recommendation on an Italian restaurant in Pittsburgh. He was going to give us that. Samuels at second, Luca at first, and Pridey now with an opportunity to tie this game. Hops it up in foul territory. Raleigh may have a play near the box seats and right into the Marlins management.
Wayne Huizenga almost had a play.
Can't come up with it. Well, give the ball to the Marlin faithful there.
Paul, in fact, before the game, there was a foul ball that went into a cluster of people standing. There we go. He's lucky recipient next to Wayne Huizenga, grinning Wayne Huizenga.
Wayne's daughter-in-law, his son there. Like those jackets. Have we been tipped to what the Marlins logo might look like? The pitch way outside.
That's the first I've seen of it, Paul. You
get another look at that, perhaps. Yeah, we may have it here on Sunshine down that way. Our producer, Tom Hastings, and company working this game this evening. The Marlins logo and uniforms are to be debuted in Joe Robbie Stadium in another month. But Daddy may have given his daughter one of the first jackets to come in. 2 balls and a strike.
Certainly looked like teal blue to me, Paul. I'm sure you've already discussed Pridey, the kid from Long Beach State, but if there's any... Oh, there she is. Looks like that teal blue Marlins script.
And nachos.
Nachos. Now, there's something Pridey wouldn't turn down. The Cruckster here.
Or the batter in Todd Pridey. Motivated by nachos and needing a run with Samuels and Luca aboard, nobody out. Peixoto in trouble. Gets him to ground it, but foul. Outside the first base bag. The coach and QB Lowe came out of the Expo dugout and motioned to the bullpen to pick up the pace. Dave Eggert began throwing even harder down the right field line after that hard hit ground ball into left by Luca. 1-0 your score. The Expos leading, but Peixoto in trouble. The pitch to Pridey is low. 3-2.
Paul, we're in the 6th inning, and as you know, John Lynch, the Sailors starter, was on a pitch count. Peixoto has now thrown 81 pitches. Got to think he's not much longer for this ball game.
Tiring now. The payoff pitch. Fly ball, well hit, center field. Northland going back, and it's off the base of the wall. 1 run is home. Here comes Luca. 2 runs are in, and the Sailors lead 2-1.
Could it be a folk hero is born in Erie? Todd Pridey.
In the state of Pennsylvania, a state which loves its sluggers chunky of frame, a la John Kruk. It is Todd Pridey that sends this fastball to the deepest part of Ainsworth Field and propels the Sailors to a 2-1 lead as Samuels and Luca both score. This is grounded sharply, but right at the second baseman, Rundles, who has trouble finding the handle, but makes the play. Pridey now at third. The runner advances, and the Sailors are hitting the ball sharply off of Peixoto.
Surprising call with 2 left-handers up for the Marlins that Jamestown wouldn't have made. Here comes the manager now, make the pitching change.
Willie Brown set to be announced, and before he is, QB Lowe makes his 2nd trip to the mound in this inning, and that will be it for Scott Peixoto. Peixoto had a no-hitter going into the 5th. When Clem singled to end it, he has since surrendered 2 runs in the 6th. And the unkindest fortune here is the fact that he could be the loser and cannot win this game after pitching very well. On in relief, it's Dave Eggert, the left-hander from Cal State Northridge and Ventura, California, and here making his professional debut. There's so many firsts. Every time a player does something, it's a first this, a first that. For all these collegians on both sides of the diamond, it is for them a very special moment, and the same is true for Eggert.
Well, as special as it is for Eggert at this moment, I got to think that Todd Pridey's taken these few moments to savor having the first run-scoring hit in Sailors history, and not only producing a run, but producing a lead.
One can imagine the pressure that these young men were playing under this evening. Opening day, as it is always special. Your professional debut, adding to the pressure. You've dreamed of playing professional baseball, big league baseball your entire life. Now you put it in this carnival atmosphere here, and you put Dave Dombrowski, Carl Barger, John Bowles in the stands, Gary Hughes, Wayne Huizinga. That's asking a lot.
Sure, and the important thing for these players, Paul, to remember is that at this level, it's not about winning and losing. It's about player development. I'm sure your guests have probably repeated that time and again throughout this game. This is about learning what it takes to get to that next level, and then the level after that, and ultimately, hopefully, the big leagues. But another shot of our Marlin jacket. Maybe Dave Dombrowski looks like he's getting his first look at that new logo as well.
Now he's eyeing the nachos. 2 runs in. A 2-1 ball game. Erie with its first lead of the contest. And Eggert, on in relief of Peixoto, is warmed and ready, and the infield is drawn in. Raleigh Lane on the left side, Rundles Aurelia on the right to cut down Pridey should he try and score.
And we've got Rick Freeling turned around now, the switch hitter batting right-handed this turn up.
And the first pitch to him. I called Willie Brown, you're right, in Freeling is a called strike.
Freeling, as our graphic showed, clearly has some speed, led the team in triples. Creighton, that is, not the Sailors. There are no leaders in triples on the Sailors yet.
We do have a leader in doubles and in RBIs, and that would be the potential third run of the night for Erie and Friday. Off the bag at third. No balls, 2 strikes to Freeling. North in the on-deck circle. Only 1 out in the 6th, and the pitch from Eggert just missed outside. 1-2. Eggert, quite the physical contrast to the taller Peixoto, who is 6'7" and lanky. Eggert is 6'1" and puts 200 pounds onto that frame. Built like a stocky linebacker. The 1-2. Outside again, missing with the fastball. 2-2.
To play football on the same team with that Stanford safety who opened for the Sailors, John Lynch. Although Gary Hughes probably has instructed Lynch that if he should happen to play Louisiana Tech this fall in football, it's hands off Gary's son, Sean, the quarterback for Louisiana Tech.
Lifted above the drawn-in infield, into right, a base hit. The third run is across, and it's a 3-1 ball game. Erie scoring its third run here in the 6th. High fives in that Sailor dugout, as Rick Freeling has just collected the first run driven in of his professional career.
And you notice Jose Castro, the first base coach and hitting coach, going over. Here's the hit now by Freeling. Stays with that outside pitch, goes with the pitch to right field, drops it over the head of the second baseman.
Tim North with a good rip.
But Castro told Freeling, that's just the way I showed you last week in Delray Beach.
Here's a fella signed from a tryout camp. We mentioned that earlier in Tim North, the shortstop. 1 for 2 tonight.
Spent his life savings, Paul, to come down to Florida, hit several tryout camps, including the independent Salt Lake Trappers. Marlins rejected him once, second time. Sign me up.
No balls and a strike. The throw over. Tim North played at Montclair State College. He is one of 5 free agent signees. Played 4 seasons of collegiate ball in New Jersey and was never drafted.
And I believe, Paul, if I'm not mistaken, that it's been perhaps as long as a year since he's played shortstop on a regular basis. He was an outfielder converted to infield, and he played primarily second base.
23 years old. He is North, one of the older members of this team. Ball low, 2 balls and 1 strike to Tim. At first is Freeling. 3 runs in. The starter in Peixoto has been chased from the game. Eggert on in relief. And from the belt with a glance at first. Eggert throws the quick throw over. Diving safely is Freeling back. That was a nice move. Straddling the rubber and flicking the ball to first did Eggert.
This might be a good situation to see what kind of ball Freddie Gonzalez plays here. Let's see if he puts the runner on.
The runner flinched and Eggert threw to first.
Maybe put a play on here. You got the bottom of the order. You got a lead. There's only 1 out. Even with the left-hander. Let's see if he puts Freeling in motion here.
2-1 the count to North. Again the throw over. This time even closer. As Freeling's lead was larger, he just did get back.
Eggert obviously thinks they might have something going here.
And he's thrown over there 3 times. Aurelia holds the runner. And the front of the Sailors uniform for Freeling now is covered in dirt. North back in. 2 balls and 1 strike on the Erie shortstop. And from the stretch, Eggert. The runner not going, and the curveball is high. And here is a situation in which the runner in Freeling can help the hitter and distract Eggert and earn the ball, if not 2.
And now we're with a 3-1 count. I would not be surprised at all if Gonzalez gives a signal to Freeling to go ahead, take off for second.
There goes the runner, and the pitch is a called strike. The throw down is high, but he's out as Reynolds, the second baseman, takes the high throw and applies the tag.
Well, we talked about an evening of first just a moment ago, and that may have been one of the first missed signs. Here's a look. You got to think that North has to protect Freeling in this situation, doesn't take the bat off his shoulder, and as you can see, Freeling was out by several feet.
And the pitch, a called strike at 3-1. You're right. You have to be swinging there.
And judging by the expression on Freddie Gonzalez's face in the third base coach's box, maybe something was missed there. But hey, that happens on the big league level, never mind short season A.
And the 3-2 now with the bases empty and 2 gone. He struck him out. A called third strike. North caught looking. The side's retired. But not before Erie adds the first 3 runs in indeed the history of the franchise. It's 3-1. Erie leading Jamestown.
Attention gardeners, now you can cut through tough, thick branches in seconds with Super Shears, the new ratcheting lever action pruning shears that give even soft, delicate hands tremendous cutting power. Watch and hear once again the powerful ratcheting lever action. Super Shears give you the strength you need to make fast, clean cuts without sore, tired, or blistered hands. Nothing stops Super Shears. Cut through things you never dreamed possible with ordinary clippers. Cut all day long without hand pain or strain. The new ratcheting lever action produces the power. The razor-sharp Teflon-coated blade provides the finest cutting edge. Together, they give you smooth, clean cuts that help plants heal fast. Call or send to Super Shears now and receive a quick guide to pruning trees, evergreens, bushes, and flowering plants. Look, the man on the left is using regular clippers to cut through this hardwood dowel. The boy on the right is using Super Shears. Look at him go. Proof positive that the power is in the Super Shears. Sir, try cutting that branch with regular clippers. Go ahead. Hurry up. What's the matter? Now try Super Shears. What do you think?
Incredible.
Prune all day, save your hands. Super Shears are not sold in stores. Call or send only $12.98 to Super Shears at this address now. You'll also get the illustrated guide, Pruning is Easy. Order more than 1 set of Super Shears and take $2 off every additional set you order. Order now.
The cool evening breezes of June in Erie, Pennsylvania. 3-1, the Sailors finally able to master the winds, the weather, the distractions, and lead visiting Jamestown. Gordon Eads from the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel, like so many members of the media, have made this trip. Is this much ado about nothing? There are a lot of folks here. It's been exciting for us. I've really enjoyed this, and you, yourself, all the major newspapers are here from Florida.
You know, a lot of people are saying that maybe this thing has been overblown, but I don't feel that way at all. I think the fact that the novelty of it, the fact that this is truly the first game played by a professional team that's affiliated with the Marlins merits the attention that it's received thus far. And this has been actually quite a colorful setting, really, to have the first game. I'm just waiting in. You know, they're going to make a big to-do of the first player to hit the brick warehouse at Camden Yards. I'm waiting to see who's going to be the first guy to hit the Roosevelt Middle School here in beautiful Erie.
The hitter, and Allen lines it right at North. 1 out. In fact, in the wall, in right center field, there's a single window that is illuminated. That is a junior school here. And in that window, there are fans standing with one of the great skyboxes. Perhaps the only skybox in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Paul, that window is actually the window to Freddie Gonzalez's office. And do you believe this is a coincidence? The best breeze in the in that clubhouse is through Freddie Gonzalez's window.
As we pan that tall wall, you'll see how they turned out the lights there.
But that small window just to the right of the 4 steel cover, iron covered windows there, right there as you hone in over the Newswatch sign. And in fact, just below that Newswatch sign, there's a door through that billboard in which the players enter and leave the field.
We have a news photographer that is perched in Freddie's office. 2-1 the count. 2-2 now. The big swing by Lane. 3 runs in for Erie. 3-1 their score over Jamestown.
Well, I don't know if you had an opportunity to show your viewers before the game the setup over there in the clubhouse, but in order for the players to get from the field to their clubhouse, you go up 9 metal steps outside, you kick through a metal door, you pass by the cafeteria, you go by the fire alarm, you go up 17 steps through the hallway, you go up another 4 steps to where you're on the 2nd floor of the school, and you enter the clubhouse, which in reality is a gymnasium of the middle school. There are 4 basketball hoops placed there, and the old-fashioned double-decker bleachers, the wooden bleachers with the balcony up high. You know, some people may say this is a little primitive, but I'll tell you what, a lot of minor league clubhouses are very cramped, and one thing the Sailors can't say is that they're in cramped conditions.
With Lane at first, Jerry Stafford offers a called strike to Kevin Northrup. You write a column on the minor leagues for the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel, and by reading that, I sense that you enjoy following minor league baseball with all of its idiosyncrasies a great deal.
Well, the pleasure of doing this year and covering, there's a base hit.
2 right. Field. And holding at second base is Lane. The walk by Lane, the base hit by Northrup.
The pleasure, Paul, of covering an expansion team is that I've been able to devote here comes a hit here.
Off the end of the bat, he went the other way behind the runner, and Northrup with his first base hit this evening. And the tying run is aboard for Matt Rundles, who's seeking his first base hit as a professional. And again, the Expos look at a called first strike. Rundles taking.
That's Pat Leahy, who's looks like he's getting ready to throw in the Sailors bullpen. He's a Notre Dame kid. In addition, in the Jamestown pen.
North gets 1. Can they turn 2? No. Runners at the corners. North did a nice job of pulling it out of his glove. Torres did his best to double up Rundles. And the lead man in Lane is now at third with 2 outs. Tough play in the hole. North gets it out of his glove as quick as he can. A bit behind Torres with the second look, and a hard slide by Northrup. That was still close to being a 6-4-3 double play.
Good stretch by Kruk over there at first base.
Actually, Pridey, but if you put Pridey in a Philadelphia uniform and run him out there in the vet, a lot of folks won't give it a second look.
That's why these boys already call him Kruk. It's great, Paul, how quickly you come up with nicknames on a minor league team. Pitcher Lemon, the skinny kid, 6'4", 175 pounds. They call him Fungo. And that kid Matthew Taylor, there's a base hit.
It will score the second run of the game. An RBI single for Benitez. And it's 3-2. Erie. The straightaway center field as Lane comes trotting home. First pitch hitting this time rather than taking a strike, and he lifts it into center field.
I can't believe that Patterson is much longer for this game. Perhaps face the left-hander, and then Freddie will make the change and go to Leahy.
That's the 6th base hit this evening for Jamestown, by my count. Actually the 5th. And Deford takes a strike. We're back to sitting on that first pitch. From the belt, just outside. Goucher begged for the call. Framing the plate. It was not there, said home plate umpire Dan Azagna.
Paul, I got to quickly give you that other nickname. It's the other catcher on the club, Mike Taylor, who the players are already calling Lee Harvey for his resemblance to you-know-who.
Goodness. Oliver Stone. I just watched that movie, by the way.
You know, we're the ones...
met Oliver Stone about a week ago. Again, Stafford changing pitches, much like Patterson And Lynch did, altering his pitches and velocity. The changeup had Dryford out in front. A ball and 2 strikes to Dryford. Runners at first and second with 2 gone. Batted off the end of the bat to third. A tough play for Luca, and all hands are safe. That was right near the line. And Luca, charging, commits the error. The 3rd error surrendered by Erie.
Luca couldn't handle this ball. He tries to get in front of it on the short hop, bobbles the ball, unable to pick it up. And thus, Dryford, a teammate of Luca's at Wichita State, is able to reach base safely. Oh.
The bases are loaded in a 1-run game, 3-2.
Correction there. Of course, Luca played at Oklahoma State. Dryford at Wichita State. Same part of the country, though.
Basically, Shockers and Cowboys.
Wichita, Stillwater.
Ball 1 to Matthew Raleigh. Yeah, Stillwater is Wichita without the pizzazz of a big city. On a play.
You may be the first person, Paul, to ever accuse Wichita of having pizzazz. Must like country music.
A ball and a strike. Raleigh hunting his 3rd base hit of this game. He's had a great debut.
In fact, the Marlins scout in Oklahoma is a Miamian, Scott Diaz, whose father was a longtime scout for the Kansas City Royals. It was Diaz who signed Lou Luca to his Marlins contract.
At third, Rundles representing the tying run in this game. We're in the 7th. Benitez at second. Dryford at first. A run in already. And Stafford firing. It's grounded through the left side. Tie ball game, and here comes Benitez to the plate, and Jamestown leads 4-3. The 2-run single with 2 outs by Raleigh scores Rundles and Benitez, and Jamestown retakes the lead. How big is the error a moment ago by Luca?
And though we really couldn't see it from that angle, Paul, Luca didn't exhibit a great deal of range on that play. Actually, here it is. The ball's only a step or two to his left. I'm sure he believes he could have made that play. The ball actually slid between his glove and his body. Played that one like his father does own a deli shop in San Francisco.
That'll be it for Jerry Stafford, who surrenders 3 runs in this inning alone. And the left-hander will be relieved by one of the great names in sports history. If you are a fan of the Golden Dome, Pat Leahy. Leahy, who just concluded his junior year for the Fighting Irish. Miami fans will remember the fits that Notre Dame gave Miami in the NCAA tournament regional round down in South Florida. Here is Pat Leahy, grandson of the great Frank Leahy, who won 2 national titles at Notre Dame in the 40s, carrying on the red-haired legacy.
Leahy actually was credited with a win in that NC2A regional you were referring to, Paul. He didn't face Miami. I believe it was North Carolina State he beat. Notre Dame meeting Miami ultimately in the finals of that regional. Hurricanes coming on top. Leahy received explicit instructions from Freddie Gonzalez, the Sailors manager, not to go anywhere near the basketball rims in the clubhouse.
Leahy was 9-3 during his junior year. His ERA respectable at 3.16. And while he warms, we invite you to join us for Arena Football, the war indoors. The Orlando Predators and the Detroit Drive will have at it in the Joan Lewis Arena. That game will come your way from Motown Friday night at 8 o'clock. Gordon Eads from the Fort Lauderdale Sun Sentinel joining us this evening in Erie, Pennsylvania. I'm Paul Kennedy. Jamestown trying to spoil the party. 3,500 fans have turned out in Erie, Pennsylvania. We've forgotten to get the word to these Expo fellas. That was a big error there committed a moment ago by Luca, which opened the door and has allowed Jamestown here to put together a rather nice rally in its half of the 7th inning.
And of course, we have to remember that last year Jamestown did win the championship of the New York Penn League. They're a good club. In the past 5 years, the players that have played for Jamestown have been chosen by the guy who's now choosing the personnel for the Marlins, and that's Gary Hughes and Dave Dombrowski and company.
Wearing Le Bleu, Le Blanc, et Le Rouge of Montreal, a city in which our producer Tom Hastings and myself will be appearing this coming week for the NHL draft. NHL also on Sunshine. Mr. Leahy, meet Mr. Robertson with 2 runners aboard and 2 gone. And the first pitch to Stanley Robertson is a ball low. He singled his last trip to the plate in the 6th inning. In 91 innings, tall Pat Leahy at 6'7" collected 80 strikeouts. 91 innings of work.
Leahy's weight is listed at 245, but he was telling me that last week in the humidity of Delray Beach, first day that he worked out, he dropped a good 6-7 pounds, and he, for one, was certainly glad. I mean, we're talking about a guy from Yakima, Washington, was delighted to get out of that South Florida humidity.
The 1-1. That's a late call, a called strike. Leahy was already off the hill, a third of the way toward home plate. It took our home plate umpire a while to hang that strike call just on the outside corner. Leahy with those big thighs, great push from his lower body. The curveball is high, and out of the crouch, Goucher does a nice job of stabbing it. 2-2.
I don't think Goucher liked the release point of that curveball. Clearly, Leahy didn't have command of that pitch. Almost went over Goucher's head. You know, you talk about Leahy's build and the gene pool he came from. It's hard to believe that this kid went the baseball route instead of football.
His brother Ryan is a freshman football player at Notre Dame. Leahy now can't find the plate. 3-2 the count. The Erie Sailors were nearly out of this inning without any damage.
I don't think too many opposing batters are going to be charging the mound should Leahy hit a batter. I don't think Sandy Alomar would be trying any karate kicks on this kid.
The runner's going. 3-2, fouled away. No, I don't think so. 3 runs in. 4-3, Jamestown leading the Erie Sailors in the 7th. Robertson swings the bat from the right side. And Leahy, as the runners start, fires, and it's chopped foul. These 2 teams meet tomorrow night in Jamestown, New York. Jamestown, the home of one Lucille Ball. Remember all the I Love Lucy shows? Lucy always paying homage to Jamestown.
I don't recall Lucy saying too much about Jamestown baseball, though. I think they talked more about, Desi may have talked more about baseball than Lucy did.
The 3-2 still. A third time. Runners going. And it's high, ball 4. The bases loaded a second time as Robertson earns the walk off Leahy. Leahy was a control pitcher. His strikeouts at Notre Dame nearly triple his walks. And he's talking to himself, upset with the fact that he issues the free pass to Robertson.
And again, Paul, you talk about the pressure of this particular event today. And a kid like Leahy having to come walk into a game in the middle of a jam. I'm sure it's taking him a little bit of time to bring himself under control. Certainly the control of his deliveries plateward have been something less than he desires.
1-0 the count to Erie. He grounds it just foul outside the first base bag. the runners return. Let's set those for you. Dryford at third, Raleigh at second, and Robertson just now getting back to the bag at first. A run in the second, 3 more here in the 7th for Jamestown, and all 3 runs coming the previous inning for Erie. Leahy will work from the stretch with the bases loaded. He has his side and pitches to Erie. Fouled down the left field line and curving, twisting, out of play.
You know, somehow, Paul, I think that the pace of this game isn't going to be much different from what we see next season when the big club starts playing. A lot of pitching changes, a lot of runs. The only thing this game is missing that we'll have in Joe Robbie Stadium on a semi-regular basis is probably a rain delay. No clouds in the sky here in Erie.
The franchise has been charting the home schedule of the Atlanta Braves and is quite pleased, I think, with the fact they've been able to avoid the rain situation. That was a ball.
Of course, that was before the start of hurricane season, Paul.
Leahy's asking, where was this?
Leahy's asking, how can you squeeze me when the ball is over the middle of the plate?
2-2 the count. The crowd stirs. The base is still jammed with 2 gone. And the pitch. Grounded to the second baseman in Torres. The flip to second. And the inning is finally over. Jamestown scores 3, strands 3. Gordon Eade to the Fort Lauderdale Sun-Sentinel. Oh, you won. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
4-3 ball game here on Sunshine. We'll be back.
You know, it's a bit of work to send somebody a card, so why do it? Why care that Eckerd has over 10,000 wonderful cards from American Greetings? Or that a card specialist updates that selection at least 3 times a week? After all, you're not there to see them find that special envelope mixed in with their bills. You're not there to see how carefully they open it or that look on their face. But then again, maybe you are there. There are thousands of ways to say it, and Eckerd has them all.
Bonjour. Would you hire me? I'm an experienced French teacher.
Would you hire me as a baker? My cakes are fabulous.
I'm a successful rainwear manufacturer. Would you hire me to run your company?
These people aren't looking for jobs. They have jobs. They also have epilepsy. If you think epilepsy stands in the way of job performance,
You're missing out on some very good people.
These people don't need jobs, but many people with epilepsy do. Please call our toll-free number.
Four to 3 your score. 7th inning stretch time in Erie, Pennsylvania. And the Sailors sending to the plate Goucher, the catcher, the bottom of the order, Brad Clem, and Tony Torres. Craig Dortch joining us from the Palm Beach Post. Thanks a million.
How you doing, Paul?
Good to have you here. An eventful inning there. Unfortunately for the Marlins, an error opens up the door to 3 runs.
Yeah, I think at least the Sailors are giving you an opportunity to see what it's going to be like for the Marlins.
I just called them the Marlins, didn't I? That's
yeah.
Bridging. Yeah. I believe that's.
Well, I think Marlin fans, it's a good game for Marlin fans to watch because this is probably what's going to be happening a few times next year with the, an error allowing the go-ahead runs to score in the 7th inning. But, it's going to be kind of representative of what could happen the next year.
Gordon Eades, who was just here, was commenting that the pace of this game will probably be similar to those that we will see in Fort Lauderdale Joe Robbie Stadium. South Florida next year, the pitching changes, the rhythm of the game. Not all that different. Sean Goucher checked his swing. Ball 1 to him. Goucher was impressive early, was he not, with that throw that he made?
Yeah, it's interesting. When he got drafted, he made the comment that he thought he was a better all-around defensive catcher than Charles Johnson, who was the Marlins' first-round draft pick. And I think he showed tonight he almost threw out another runner later in the game. He's got a real quick release. He obviously needs to work on some of his hitting techniques, but defensively, I think he showed he's got a lot of ability.
Hit it on a line, but right out Dryford in right field. The top of the order in Brad Clem. On his way to the plate, that's Curtis Schmidt in the Expo bullpen out of the University of Kansas. Clem 1 for 3. Left-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. Up and out of play. Tony Torres in the on-deck circle. There are 14 teams in the New York Pin League, and Jamestown and Erie play in the Stedler division. Much like the NHL, the 3 divisions of this league are named for men who have contributed to the game of baseball in this area. McNamara, Pinckney, and Stedler. Jamestown, Erie, the St. Catharines Blue Jays in Canada, along with the Canadian Hamilton Redbirds. They're in the Cardinals organization, have been since 1988 when they left here. The Niagara Falls Rapids in the Tigers chain. And for the Pirates, the Welland Pirates, the 6 teams of the Stedler division. Down goes Clem on strikes. I wonder if you have a Campbell Conference to decide the championship here. A high fastball, and Clem couldn't come up with it.
I think it's kind of interesting. The Marlins do start their first minor league game playing against an Expos team. When you look at all the guys, they've had 11 guys from the Expos have gone into the front office for the Marlins. It was just seemed kind of fitting that they start their.
There is a touch of irony, isn't it?
Well, you know, another thing was interesting too. The starting pitcher tonight for the Expos, Scott Pachota, was also a second-round pick last year by the Expos, just like John Lynch for the Marlins, and he was the last player that Gary Hughes signed him, and the next day he took a job with the Florida Marlins. He's kind of looking out here and seeing a lot of kids that he's seen on both sides of the on both teams. 2-1
to Torres, and I will say this: Pachota, of everyone I've seen this evening, has been the most impressive. He had a live arm tonight, stands 6'7", and he's only 19.
Yeah, he didn't play it all last year. Hopefully this won't be another omen for the Marlins. He was a long holdout last year, and it took Gary Hughes several months to get him signed, and by the time he did sign, he never did play last year, and he was held down an extended spring this year. But this is his first appearance as a professional. Like John Lynch threw 8 innings this year for Stanford, so obviously Pachota's a little more farther along. I think that showed by the number of pitches he was allowed to pitch tonight compared to what John Lynch. John Lynch only threw 48 pitches tonight.
Freddie Gonzalez, the manager of this Sailors Ball Club. Bases empty, 2 gone. And the 2-2 to Tony Torres. Got a piece of it, and that's off the exposed thumb of Matt Allen. He says, I'm all right.
You know, one interesting thing about Freddie Gonzalez is he's 28 years old, which to show you how young he is, there's a pitcher on the Sailors team, Don Lemon, who is 25 years old. And I don't think it's too often in Class A where you see one of your players who's only 3 years younger than the manager.
Yeah, especially at this level. The 2-2 a second time from the stocky Dave Eggert to Tony Torres. Samuels in the on-deck circle. Greetings tonight to WGTO Radio, broadcasting the audio portion of this game throughout Central Florida. Good to have you along. And where did that go? That is ball 4 with an asterisk as it slipped out of the grasp of Eggert.
What would Bob Uecker say? Just a little outside.
Watch this. Red-faced. Eggert has to be. Oh, the plate is over here. And that is your CNN play of the day. Our buddy Nick Charles. That one was for you, partner. And from the belt, let's see if Eggert can't find that home in on the strike zone.
Yeah, how would you like to be the left-handed hitter to step in after that last pitch?
gutsy there after walking Torres. He snaps the curve over on Samuels.
Well, that's why they're in the short season Class A league to start with.
The snap throw over. Now Eggert wants to pick Torres off and balance the scales. Oh, he'd love to do that. Like to be a fly on the wall in the locker room after this game. And here the razzing he'll take. Rudder going. The pitch is swung on and missed. The throw down is not in time. And Torres picks up the stolen base. Tony Torres, who swiped a dozen bases at Nevada-Rito this year, shows us his speed. In with the left hand just ahead of the tag.
I think Freddie Gonzalez showed you a little of his managing style too. Down a run here in the 7th inning, doesn't think about sending the runner with the number 3 hitter up here.
In a 4-3 ball game, Jamestown leading Erie. There is your tying run, and Torres can fly. A base hit might score him.
Yeah, in this field, any single that goes on the grass, you half expect the outfielders to put their arms up in the air because they can't find the ball sometimes.
You're saying that it is Paterno-esque thick out there.
A little thick.
Curveballs away. The infield grass is cropped, typically short, but the outfield grass is much like you would find for a Joe Paterno coached football team not too far from here in State College, Pennsylvania. Very thick, very deep. And the 1-2. High, 2-2. So after falling deep in the hole, Samuels is even the count. And now has an opportunity to get a pitch he can hit. Torres off second. The pitch lifted into left field, and it dies in front of Robertson. The runner is being sent on. He'll score as Robertson bobbles it in left. The throw comes into second, and cut down is Samuels trying to pick up the extra base. But nonetheless, Samuels drives in the run. And we are tied through 7 complete. 4-all on opening night in Erie.
Discover the defensive training secrets of America's finest baseball school in an exciting new videotape. Baseball World's defensive drill video features professional scout and instructor Tommy Mansky and award-winning drills that rapidly improve players' arm strength, running speed, quickness, agility, and infield-outfield defensive skills. Even coaches practice organization. This is the defensive training video that gets results. These are the same drills used by Baseball World's back-to-back 1990-1991 AAU National Championship teams. See why many professionals, such as San Diego Padres superstar Fred McGriff, endorse this revolutionary new video.
I'm so impressed with the instructional videos by Coach Mansky that I've given them my full endorsement. When you watch them, you'll know why.
Baseball World's defensive drill video makes a great gift and benefits players of all ages and ability levels. To order your copy for only $29, have your credit card ready and call toll-free 1-800-768-1960. That's 1-800-768-1960.
They're building for the future. Tampa Bay and Ottawa, the NHL's 2 newest teams, take their first step towards hockey history. The 1992 expansion draft. Live Thursday at 6 on Sunshine Network.
We welcome you back to Erie, Pennsylvania. A 4-4 ball game. We sail into the top of the 9th inning. The NHL expansion draft takes place Thursday. The Tampa Bay Lightning and the Ottawa Senators drafting the first players in the history of their franchises. We will be there live in Montreal, Canada. We hope you can join us at 6 o'clock. Craig and I are delighted to be joined now by the Vice President of Finance for the Marlins organization. Doesn't he? Everybody got a hat but me. Jonathan Mariner is here. Jonathan, good to see you. You look a little bit more warmly dressed than you did when you left South Florida today, huh?
Well, I'm not used to this cold weather. It's been quite some time since I've been up north in weather like this in the evening.
It's good to see you. I know you're enjoying this. Wayne Huizinga was with us earlier. Carl Barger, too. This is a very special night tonight, Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm having an awful lot of fun. It's a very exciting game, too. I'm glad to see that fans are on board. They're getting their money's worth.
Yep, they are, and there are plenty of them here, too. 3,500 plus. Is this a ball club, Jonathan, that the franchise owns itself, the parent club owns, or the local ownership is not?
No, this club is owned by a private individual. We are simply providing players to this particular club. We do own the club that we have playing now, or we'll start to have playing in Ocala, Florida. Oh, Osceola, Florida.
Osceola, the
Yep.
Gulf Coast team?
Yep. That's our rookie league team.
I don't know.
Big curve, and down swinging is Brad Area. Another look at it there, Craig.
And that's Pat Leahy, the grandson of Frank Leahy, the legendary football coach at Notre Dame. And I guess he's used to filling some big shoes. He wears size 15 as a matter of fact.
Nice play, Luca, to throw out lane. After the bobble in the first, or an inning ago, Luca here with a nifty dive and up and throwing. Put an asterisk on that.
That's the big thing that Luca has to work on is his fielding ability. He's shown he can hit, but if he can field this level, it's going to certainly help his progression up the minor league ladder.
The top of the order, Kevin Northrup. Should have ball low. Ball one to him. Northrup this evening, 1 base hit in 3 official trips to the plate. Leahy, the big kick. Low again, 2-0.
You were talking about the owner a few minutes ago, and a lot of people don't realize this, but the Erie club is part owned by a comedian by the name Bill Murray, who comes out here once in a while.
You know, you're absolutely right, it is. You knucklehead, you. In the bullpen, that's Ryan Whitman for the Erie Sailors. And the full wide from Leahy. A tie ball game just outside. On the appeal, off the check swing, no, says first base umpire Jim Reynolds. Northrup didn't go. 3-1 your count. Did not go around. Good call. Three-two. From our first base camera position, you can see clearly that Northrup held up. Now 3-2 with 2 gone, and the payoff pitch. Well hit left field. Off the base of the wall. Digging is Northrup. He'll cruise into second with a double. A line double over the head of Scott Samuels that rocketed off the base of the wall 330 feet away from home plate. That was a shot.
You can see what happens when you get the ball up on a good hitter. He gave it a ride.
Following the double with 2 gone, Matt Rundles, who scored a run in this game, has an opportunity to snap this 4-4 tie. Leahy starts him off with the ball high. Jonathan, when you went to Harvard Business School, I doubt that you ever thought that would carry you to Erie, Pennsylvania to broadcast a single-A baseball game on a chilly June evening.
I can't say that I took a lot of courses dealing with sports management.
Sports management or sports broadcasting. Jonathan Mariner, the vice president of franchise, of finance with this franchise. Greg and I here looking on. The the inside corner, strike again. The home plate umpire here, that is Agna, very deliberate. You have to wait a while, see when he's going to call the strike. An inning ago, Leahy kept waiting. He never did get the call he wanted. The 2-1. Popped him up. This could be a tough play. Torres is going out. Clem coming in. And it's the right fielder in Willie Brown now that makes the play, and the side's retired. Hey, thanks to both of you gentlemen for coming up here. Enjoyed it.
Thank you, Paul.
4-4, our tie. We're headed now to the bottom of the 8th in Erie.
One step at a time, General Nutrition Centers can help maximize your performance. Take the first step to run faster, build a better body. Take another step with Weider's new Flex Fire, potent nutritional ammo to help ignite your body's potential.
To fire up my tough workouts, I go to GNC for Weider's Flex Fire. It's the only one for me.
Reach the top with Flex Fire and get a $5 rebate only at General Nutrition Centers, the authority in sports nutrition products.
I'm John Defendis, Mr. USA and founder of the Sure organization. I've trained hundreds of athletes and advised them not to use steroids. One of the side effects of steroids is hair loss. Fortunately, I met Dr. Chambers of the Chambers Hair Institute. He not only helped me get my hair back, but he serves on the board of Sure and has helped hundreds of other athletes like me rebuild their hairline and their self-esteem. Chambers Hair Institute, they don't just promise, they deliver. Call now for a free consultation.
A 4-4 ball game. Bottom of the 8th. The Sailors looking here to snap this tie and hold off the Expos in the top of the 9th. Win their very first game ever under the Florida Marlins banner here at Erie. Scott Lebertard from the Miami Herald has made his way through the madding crowd of 3,500 up here. Or Dan Lebertard, did I say Scott?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. It's good to have you here, Dan. Thanks a million for joining us. Good to see you. Our camera there, back to the state of Florida. Single A baseball, opening night. Fun if you enjoy minor league baseball, and especially fun, too, with all of the hoopla that has surrounded this game.
Oh, you gotta love this. This is, Carl Barger was saying before the game, that this is what he hopes Joe Robbie Stadium will feel like in 1993, believe it or not. I mean, he'd prefer, obviously, if there wasn't gravel on the warning track and if the team didn't have to dress in behind center field, but the feeling is what he's looking for.
Lou Luca scored a run, single in this game. 2 balls to him. Just outside, 3-0.
What hasn't been said about Lou Luca so far?
Well, you know, we could document that. It might take a while. Every time, what was it, in the first inning, every time he touched the ball, the fans cried, Luca, Luca. And here Luca with a flamboyant flip of the bat.
He wears
to first.
He wears a 220 on his necklace. 220 means second to none. That's what he likes to think. So that's why you saw the bat flip there.
And the number? 2-none.
2-none. You know, the Marlins are only allowed to wear 1 gold chain and 1 trinket. They've got very strict minor league rules. No beards, no earrings, no long hair.
Up and out of play. We limit our senior producer, Tom Hastings, to 1 gold trinket.
Tom could afford a lot more than that.
Well,
right?
I would think so. You're absolutely right. Todd Pretty, who had the 2-run double. Big hit in the 6th that handed Erie a 2-1 lead since erased. He also scored the 3rd run of that inning, a throw over.
Looks good in a uniform, too, doesn't he?
We have commented on the Kruk-esque physique. Your weight is acceptable if you can play every day and hit the ball like he did earlier.
That's true. He can weigh 400 pounds.
The fastball lifted up and out of play. 0-2 to Pridey with Brown in the on-deck circle. What one or two memories or observations do you think you'll take out of this? You mentioned earlier the atmosphere is being prevalent here.
The first thing I'll come away with is the way that the people in this town have embraced this little team as if it was the most important thing in the world. You know,
It's Bull Durham, is it not?
It's right out of there. It's Bull Durham, Field of Dreams, something in between there. I'm just alarmed at how they came out here for a game that really doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things, and they'll keep coming out all season. Players were able to find rent for $75 a month just because the people around here want to be close to Sailors baseball.
2-2, and that included room and board.
Room and board, laundry, Nintendo, VCR. It's a sweet deal. Sweet deal.
The greatest time of their life here. You're young, just out of school, playing professional baseball.
Well, I think they'll think it's a little greater if they get to Joe Robbie Stadium.
Friday, down on strikes. Willie Brown will follow Friday. Still hunting the go-ahead run. Boy, the bottom fell out of that, didn't it, for Eggert?
You're going to see a lot of that at this level. They're going to have a little trouble hitting the curveball if it's over the plate. You know, they said the knock on Charles Johnson, the first-round pick, is that he doesn't hit the curveball real well. Who does? Jose Canseco isn't going to hit a curveball that's on the outside corner.
The first pitch is high and away. Ball one to Willie Brown.
Willie's an interesting player. He's all or nothing. He had 160 at-bats in college, struck out 40 times. He says he's got speed, but he says he hasn't had any time to show it because he's always getting extra base hits. So he hasn't had any chance to steal bases.
Well,
either striking out or...
He hasn't played since mid-April. His season ended very early for the Rattlers. That's off the glove of the catcher, Allen. On to second is Luca. And he takes the big turn and stays there. The third passed ball tonight. Off the mitt of Luca. Or rather, Allen for the Expos.
It's funny to see Luca scampering over to second base like that. Freddie Gonzalez, the manager of the team, speculates that this is going to be a speedy team that doesn't have much power. His appraisal, his credibility is hurt just a tad by the fact that he's not real sure what his shortstop's name is just yet. But I guess that's not all that important right now.
The 2-0 is now a called strike 2-1.
They're yelling Lou, right? They're still yelling Lou over...
Well, neither Fred at third nor Willie in the box agreed with that being strike one. The 2-1. 2-2.
I imagine they'll get a few calls like that at this level. Gets a little late in the evening. Umpires are a little tired.
One run out, or one out, a runner at second. And the 2-2. Willie Brown chased it. He's down on strikes. The second strikeout of this inning for Dave Eggert. That was a big strikeout there with first base open. And he fooled Willie Brown. Movement on that.
Boy, when he's coming from the left side like that, he did it to Pretty, and he did it here to Willie. He's coming from the left side on a left-handed hitter. That's difficult to hit. Especially when he comes sidearm.
Freelingen had a notion, probably should have gone after it. Called strike. Luca reached on a base on balls to open this inning. Priddy and Brown have since fanned. Luca advanced on the pass ball. Rick Freeling trying to get him home. Curveball, strike 2.
A little confused by that pitch, aren't they? Having a little bit of trouble with his curveball. Who is this pitching, by the way? Should I know the name of the Jamestown pitcher?
Dave Eggert from Cal State Northridge, Ventura, California, his hometown. As Freeling stays alive, he is the second pitcher this evening for Jamestown. Peixoto and Eggert. Scott Peixoto was very impressive, the starter. Had a no-hitter into the 5th.
I'm a little surprised with the previous 2 batters that, and I know it's kind of early in the season to be questioning managerial maneuvers, but that the Marlins or the Sailors didn't pinch hit a right-handed hitter. I suppose when you've got Friday and Willie Brown, your 5 and 6 men, you want to show some confidence in them. But just makes me wonder what they have on the bench. Although I really shouldn't criticize Freddie Gonzalez on this type of game, should I?
Well, you make a very good point, a valid observation, perhaps because it is opening night the first time around. Chased a pitch in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher, Allen.
Sort of allowed.
The skipper, QV Lowe, is on not to talk to his pitcher so much, but to calm down his catcher.
There you go. His catcher looks, how's his catcher look to you? He looks a little rattled to me.
I would say that 4 pass balls would tend to shake one's confidence. And as Tim North steps in, this week in NASCAR races your way Thursday evening live from Ann Arbor, Michigan, the home of the Wolverines. 11 o'clock Thursday here on Sunshine. Tim North can snap this 4-all tie with one swing of the bat, and he sends it deep to right field, and that short porch, but foul and on the run. Dreifert in foul territory will make the catch, and the side's retired. Dreifert got a great jump and got to it, and it's 4-4 heading into the 9th.
Golf, a game of skill. It takes eye and hand coordination and the ability to remain calm under extreme pressure.
Being a professional golfer has been an ambition of mine since I was a child.
This is Darrell Knight, a professional golfer who has epilepsy.
Epilepsy hasn't stopped me and my ambitions. Don't let it stop you.
If you have epilepsy and would like help in fulfilling your ambitions, or are an employer who would like to help someone with epilepsy, please call.
Tires ain't pretty, but brakes, they're very ugly. So stop buying brakes. Allied Discounts Tire introduces brakes for life.
$49.95 buys it all. When you buy brakes for life, you'll never buy brakes again. Get free brake pads and brake shoes forever.
And now, Allied is open Sunday.
At Allied Discounts Tire, we'll beat any advertised price, whatever it takes.
Saturday, June 20th at 8 p.m. State pride is at stake as high school football's best collide in the 8th annual Florida-Georgia All-Star Game at the Citrus Bowl in Orlando. Both rosters are loaded with explosive players, including 14 high school All-Americans who are determined to secure bragging rights for their home state. Last year's contest was decided with a goal line stand as time expired. Don't miss tomorrow's collegiate stars. Call Florida Citrus Sports for ticket information now. The 8th annual Florida-Georgia All-Star Game.
We carry a 4-all tie into the 9th inning in Erie, Pennsylvania. This was a fine defensive play by Todd Dreifert. In foul territory, he runs down the fly ball off the bat of Tim North. And that saved the inning for Eggert. Preserved this tie. Ryan Whitman, signed as a free agent, 20 years old, becomes the 4th hurler this evening for the Erie Sailors. Chuck Poole, the Director of Public Relations for the Big League Club, the Florida Marlins, has been invaluable in helping us put the pieces of this together this evening. Chuck, it's a delight to have you, and on behalf of everyone at Sunshine, thanks a million for all your help in this, you and your staff.
My pleasure. That's what we're here for. So
And it's been fun for us because after several months of sitting around watching everybody else play baseball, it was great to get in there and actually have a game to work.
Well, you worked for years in the Houston Astros organization. Did you ever have something like this?
Never.
That I don't know how you would describe this. The enthusiasm, the excitement, the electricity that involved the parent organization for a minor league team of yours.
Well, no, obviously not, especially in a single-A short season situation. This is so unique, and it's so reflective on just the type of enthusiasm there is in South Florida for the coming of the Marlins, because nowhere else in any team that's got a major league club and a full set of minor league teams would you see this type of media coverage for a short season team. But that's great. It's great for these kids. They've had a great fun time since they reported to Delray Beach. They've had media there every day, TVs there to interview them. All 3 major papers doing features on them along with several of the other papers. And then all of this. I was kidding Freddie Gonzalez. I said, you got a really tough task in 2 days when Disneyland leaves and all you've got is baseball. But, you know, I'm sure it's been fun for them. And you know, they're it. They are the Marlins right now. And so they've got a special place. They'll be the most well-known short-season A-ball team in any market, I'd say.
In the history of Major League Baseball or minor league baseball.
I think Ryan Whitman out here is somebody I think a lot of people in Florida have been waiting to see pitch, because obviously he was the only player signed out of the tryout camp, the first one we had in February, where we had over 700 people try out. And Ryan was the one player who was signed out of that camp, and he was a legit tryout. He was not a setup just to make sure we signed somebody. Obviously, some of the Montreal people knew who he was from his time in their organization, but none of them had any indication he was going to show up that day. And it was an exciting time when somebody like that showed up with that kind of or this kind of ability.
Yamil Benitez with the leadoff walk. That's not good news. Todd Dreifert now in from the right side.
Well, he's a little rusty. You know, he didn't pitch for 2 years. He didn't walk anybody in his short stint in the Montreal organization. I think
in 14 games, what, 23 strikeouts and walked no one.
Right. So that's his first professional walk. There's another first for us tonight.
And it's been 2 years since it's happened. Fastball high. He was drafted Ryan Whitman, this right-hander out of Jupiter High School and Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, in the 35th round by Montreal. Was 1-0 with a 1.17 ERA in 14 outings for the Expos in the Gulf Coast League in 1990, and left baseball. Was not with the franchise in 91. And as Chuck just told you, the only player of 700 signed at a tryout camp. He can't find the strike zone, though. And the rust that was evident in John Lynch, the starter this evening for Erie, when the first 6 pitches he fired this evening, the Stanford Cardinal, were out of the strike zone. Here's Whitman struggling with his control. 2-0 to Dreifert, nobody out. Benitez at first. Check throw over. Benitez back safely. Priddy applies the tag. And Matthew Riley for the Expos moves out of the dugout and into the on-deck circle.
This really has just been a great atmosphere tonight. I mean, the fans have really gotten into the moment. And, you know, this has been a very well-run and a very popular short-season franchise. They really draw well here.
Benitez has a problem, and the trainer is on. Timeout taken. The trainer hustles out to first base. That's Lee Slagle. And Benitez may have cramped up when he went back to the bag. He is striding down the right field line with a pause in the action, trying to stretch out what appears to be a problem with his right leg. Now bending over and touching his shirt. He's fine. He'll stay in the game. 4-4, your score. Jamestown and Erie on a cool evening at Ainsworth Field. One of those settings out of the 1930s. And you can see the Babe, if you look just right, on that barnstorming tour.
Oh, yeah.
Hitting the home run over the right field wall that they still talk about to this day.
Absolutely. And
in Erie, and rightfully so. Dreifert, the big cut. He missed.
I don't know how much time you had to talk about the chimney controversy or whatever, but it's funny.
The pitch. Whitman finally gets the fastball in, right at the letters on Dreifert.
You know, it's strange you go around here and knock on people's door and people will tell you different versions of the same story. That's one of the great things about coming to a place with a park that's steeped in tradition. You've got people in this area that have lived here and have seen this park through many different phases. And it's just great to see a community that has baseball. This is the kind of thing that, you know, Florida is going to be a new situation for baseball. We have a lot of baseball lovers down there.
Squaring around to move up the runner. Dreifert misses on the bunt attempt. He tipped it. It stayed in the mid of Goucher. Runner Benitez was back quickly to first as Goucher was cocked, ready to throw. And Dreifert is mad at himself. They wanted to move that runner up with nobody out. Get the run home. He squared around to bunt. Did Dreifert. Starting to pull the bat back. Ball hit it. The runner's going. The pitch is a ball outside. The throw is in time. What a throw by Goucher. Right on the bag.
I'll tell you what, I didn't know much about him, obviously, when he was drafted. And then the first thing I had to talk to him, he was giving the interview where he said, I can throw with Charles Johnson. And
that's the second runner tonight that Goucher has cut down trying to steal. And Tim North, the shortstop, over covering. And Goucher hummed a strike right into the mid of North. And the ball was waiting on Benitez. One gone, the base is empty. And now a runner aboard as Dreifert earns the second consecutive walk. Whitman, after failing to surrender a base on balls 2 years ago, is now walking everybody.
Well, that's a 2-year layoff, you know. But Goucher has really, he helped Lynch early when Lynch couldn't find the plate. Real turning point there to keep them out of a big inning or a chance to really rattle him earlier. And hopefully the throw here will do the same thing for Ryan.
Matthew Raleigh, who doubled, scored a run back in the second, and collected a base hit in the fourth and in the seventh. The numbers that he produced, Raleigh, Western Carolina, 68 home runs, a threat to knock it out of the park. Called strike to him. And again, we remind ourselves that this is the first game these players are performing in with wooden bats, perhaps in their entire lives.
Exactly. That's the biggest change these guys have to face right now. In some leagues, they get a chance to, in the summer leagues, they'll use the bat, the wooden bat. And some guys will, in the fall, for scouts, take a lot of hitting with wood bats just to show that their power is legitimate. But a lot of these guys, it is. The only time they've seen a wood bat is on television.
And there is a difference. Harry Hughes, John Bowles have addressed that, as has Dave Dombrowski. Now Chuck Poole, the director of public relations, who has seen his baseball in the dome primarily, in the dome in Houston.
A lot of good pitching.
Way outside. Raleigh, 1 ball, 1 strike. That ball was 7 feet outside the plate, and the catcher Goucher stabbed at it and prevented the runner and Benitez from racing to second. A 4-4 game, 1 out, top of the 9th. Quick throw over, Benitez back.
Well, Goucher doesn't really look like the quintessential catcher. If you think nobody's ever going to call him Yogi or anything like that, or Pudge. But when you're 6'4", you got a chance to cover a lot of ground behind the plate.
And you point out the fact that Goucher has excellent size at 6'4", 200 pounds. He did have medical problems in his history. We touched upon Parkinson's disease that he overcame. He's played well tonight. The 1-1 is sent towering deep to left near the warning track. Samuels is back and waiting, and he makes the catch, ran into the fence. It juggled the scoreboard out that way, but he made the play, and there's 1 out. There's an old-fashioned scoreboard in left. They manually hang the numbers in there. And this fly ball tagged by the powerful Raleigh sent Samuels back to that wall. And watch the numbers on the line score. When he runs into the wall.
About a 5.5 on the Richter scale, I think, running into that wall.
While Erie has a meeting on the mound. Marty Demerit out there, pitching coach, to talk to his young pupil in Whitman. The ground crew will come out, straighten out those O's. Pitching coach for the Sailors, Marty Demerit. On Thursday, the NHL expansion draft will come your way live from Montreal, Canada. I look forward to visiting with you, along with our producer Tom Hastings, Phil and Tony Esposito. We'll all be there. 6 o'clock on Sunshine. A big cut for Stanley Robertson. 1-1. Still Benitez at, or rather Draper at first, with now 2 outs. Inside fastball swung out and missed again. Whitman got Robertson to chase his pitch.
Early in the inning, he was high with everything. In fact, the pitch was almost out of the park. It was just, thankfully it was up, because it was down a little bit, it was out. But he seems to be catching a little rhythm here now.
And the 1-2, it hit him. It sailed in on Robertson, and it hit him in the left shoulder.
Went back upstairs.
He had Robertson confused and perplexed. Whitman ahead in the count. And then he hits him on the shoulder. It's the last thing in the world he wanted to do. He could have been trying to move him back off the plate, but you don't want to hit a runner in this situation, or hit a batter in this situation, and create runners at first and second.
And of course, then you get the left-hander too, so it makes it doubly tough. You got a right-hander there, you've got him set up, and you don't want to lose him at that point.
The go-ahead run at second in the 9th. And the fastball is a ball. It rolls off the glove of the catcher, Goucher. He has to hustle to run it down 12 feet away from the plate. Runner and Dreifert did not make a break toward third.
I think the Expos have seen enough of Mr. Goucher for a while throwing. I don't think they want to have this inning die on because of his arm.
The 1-0. Here she comes. That's inside against the left-handed hitting Erie, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Jamestown and Erie tomorrow night in Jamestown. I nearly said a game we'll have for you right here on Sunshine Network.
Not quite yet.
The 2-0 is 3-0. Just missing outside. The throw back to the pitcher sailed over the head of Whitman. And only a heads-up play by Torres at second prevented the ball from going into center field. I don't even know if the runner in Dreifert realized that Goucher's throw was over the tall Whitman on the mound. The 3-0. Does Whitman load him? Yes, he does. The bases are loaded. Ball 4 high. The coaching staff for Erie has already paid 1 visit to the mound. The catcher in Goucher looked into the dugout, ran out to the hill, and all eyes up here turn and look at skipper Freddie Gonzalez. Does he make the change?
It's one of those tough situations right now because you are playing every day, and obviously you don't want to sacrifice a game, but at the same point you don't want to burn your entire staff the first night. You always have to be thinking a day or two ahead to make sure that you're going to have some arms for those days as well.
A 4-4 tie, 2 outs, top of the 9th. Matt Allen at the plate. The Jamestown catcher. The pitch to him. A fastball, a called strike. on the outside corner. And I believe Goucher bought that strike for his pitcher in Whitman. He brought it back into the strike zone.
Just one of the things a good catcher can do for you. He can make you a lot more accurate than you may well be.
The bases are loaded. A fastball outside, 1-1.
Couldn't quite do it for him that time. He was working it again. But
we've had 3 walks issued by Whitman, and also a single, and no runs have been scored. You figure it out. Yamil Benitez was cut down trying to steal. Raleigh is skied to right. And the 1-1. Outside, 2-1. It's not too often you're going to have a base hit and 3 walks and nothing to show for it.
No, that's something where if you end up not scoring, that's something you start scratching your head about because you would like to translate those base runners into runs.
Foul back. Two balls, 2 strikes now. The crowd begins a rhythmic clap. Dryford at third. Robertson at second. Maria at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Does Whitman get out of the jam? Yes, he does. He strikes out Allen.
High fastball.
Jamestown loads them up, but can't buy a run. We go to the bottom of the 9th, and 1 run will do it for Erie.
Now, with the Sweeta Natural Juice Factory, transform whole, market-fresh vegetables into high-potency, all-natural juice. The Sweeta Juice Factory preserves every drop of life-giving fluids. And, of course, it's a fruit juice factory. Apples, grapes, melon, skin, and rind. Feed them into Sweeta fresh from the market. No more hand-wrenching, old-fashioned juice gadgets. Sweeta's dynamic spin automatically sifts and separates pulp.
With the Juice Factory, it's like having a health bar right on my kitchen counter.
You've seen electric juice appliances in catalogs and on TV for $200 and more. But the Sweeta Natural Juice Factory is yours now for 3 simple payments of $19.95.
To your health.
Call now for rush delivery.
To order your Juice Factory, call 1-800-652-2112. The incredible Juice Factory is yours for 3 easy payments of only $19.95. Sorry, no CODs accepted. So have your credit card ready and call now. 1-800-652-2112.
Sunshine Network presents Florida Marlins Baseball. Beginning in the spring of '93, you can see live big league action all season long as the Marlins battle rivals from the National League. The Florida Marlins on Sunshine Network.
The rally caps for the Brass. Gary Hughes, Don Smiley, Carl Barger is in that picture somewhere too. Got the caps on backwards, and the Sailors buy a run. I love seeing Gary Hughes and Don Smiley with the rally cap on. Friday night, the Drive and the Predators, Arena Football. The indoor war from the Joe Louis Arena. 8 o'clock, the play-by-play story, only on Sunshine. Curtis Schmidt is the 4th pitcher this evening. Make that the 3rd hurler this evening for the Jamestown Expos. And he starts off Sean Goucher with the strike. 0-1. Schmidt following Dave Eggert, and the starter Scott Pichota is ahead in the count, 0-2. He throws a sidearm fashion there.
Right. It's the kind of player, especially late in the game on a cool night, you don't necessarily like to see somebody like this right now.
He wore the red and blue of Kansas. Now wears the red and blue of the Expos. His side armor, he too tall at 6'6". Pichota was 6'7". He is 6'6". And a righty we did not see this evening from Anaheim, California, James Ferguson, is 6'8". inside out and grounded to Aurelia at first. One away. Well, the first game in the history of the Erie Sailors - Florida Marlins franchise may be a bonus for your bucks. We may have extra innings. Chuck Poole, the Director of Media Relations, joining us this evening here on Sunshine Network. We've had quite a parade of commentators sit in your seat this evening, Chuck. Warm it up for you.
Well, you know, it's a tough act to follow, but I'm glad to be here.
It was Wayne Heisinger a few innings ago that said, hey, I could get used to this. These are great seats. You get the replay, the monitor. I might like doing this full time. I believe I'm the only play-by-play man that ever said in baseball, with my color announcer, Wayne Heisinger, we welcome you back. He was getting a kick out of it, as was Carl Barger. And it was good for the former Pennsylvanian to get home. We have catcher interference. Catcher interference ruled on Matt Allen as the batter in Clem made contact with his bat on the glove of Allen. Allen's had 4 pass balls tonight, and now catcher interference. See if there's contact. The bat on the glove. Did I see it there?
It's tough to tell there. Very tough to tell.
Allen did not argue. His skipper came out in QB low. Can we pick it up here? Apparently there was contact right there, although difficult to discern. Brad Clem is aboard. Matt Allen would just as soon as forget his first professional baseball game. Todd Torres, a pass ball, the 5th pass ball will send Brad Clem down to second base. He reaches on catcher's interference and sails into second on a pass ball.
Looks like a wild pitch will get into third then.
Another look at the pass ball. She's become familiar.
You know, that's a tough pitch because it's running away, and it's a tough night for the catcher. But it's also when you're catching people with balls that are moving quite a bit, it's tough on you as well. But this situation right there, you got to surrender catching it and get down in front of it a little bit there. But,
now you have but one out. Do you gamble and try and steal that third base bag? I don't think so.
You got 2 and 3 here, and he's in scoring position already. You could go ahead and let the guys that are in the order take their swings.
Expo baseball is not at its best at the moment. Jamestown needs to take a deep breath. See the catcher and Allen wants a new ball here. He threw it past the pitcher in Curtis Schmidt. See Schmidt with that sidearm delivery, the way the ball tends to sail, makes it even more difficult for Allen. The 3-0 to Torres. Inside, ball 4, runners at first.
He called him on the inside corner there.
That was a strike.
Yeah, he all came across the plate. A slow trigger behind the plate, so it.
That looked to me to be ball 4. And to Torres. That hit him.
That one hurts.
It hit him right on the shin. Perhaps the knee on a chilly night. That's Smarts. Curtis Schmidt has sent runners to first and second. We have had without a hit. A pass ball, catcher's interference, and a hit batsman. It is quite eerie what's happening in Erie in the 9th inning.
It has been a little bizarre at this point, a little unconventional, but
boom.
That's one of the, your baseball instinct is to never dive over the plate, but that's a situation where you almost want to.
All this lacks is Kevin Costner and Susan Sarandon. You've got the makings of a movie. Scott Samuels can be the hero tonight. A 4-4 ball game. We're in the ninth. Nobody out. Runners at first and second. Or rather, one out. Runners at first and second. Goucher opened the inning by bounding to first. Clem off second. Torres not being held at first. The 1-0. Samuels takes a fastball just outside.
I'll tell you, at this point, you just pretty much have to wait and let him throw a strike before you really try to attack a pitch right now, because he's not thrown too many strikes, and that'll get the job done as well.
There's Clement Torres. And the 2-0. Samuels with the big cut. And he missed it. 2-1. The former Arizona State Sun Devil. Pac-10 baseball is very good. He's been in pressure situations, I'm sure, during his collegiate days out west.
Oh, definitely. I mean, here's a kid who, as a walk-on, made the ASU team and started for him, which is a lot of pressure unto itself, because I'm sure he didn't have many guarantees when he showed up for fall practice.
Do the Sailors win their very first game under the Marlins banner? A 2-2 count now to Samuels as the fastball bites the outside corner. Look to be on the black at best. A long look by Schmidt. And his 2-2 pitch. Grounded to the third baseman in Raleigh. He steps on the bag. One, the throw to first, not in time.
It's good hustle by Samuels.
Yeah, beat it out. And keeps the inning alive for Erie.
You don't want to take for granted he's only going to go for one there or anything. You want to make sure that you're not thrown out at first in that situation. Give yourself one more chance. I know Lou right here would like to...
Off the end of the bat by Samuels, right at Matthew Raleigh, the third baseman, who had but 2 strides to step on the bag, and then threw across the diamond to first. Not soon enough to get Samuels. A swinging bunt off the bat of Luca. Right back to the mound, and hey, just like that, the threat is doused by Schmidt. We do sail into extra innings. The first time away from the dock for the Erie Sailors on opening night, hosting Jamestown.
If you're thinking of buying a new car, you've probably got a few questions, right? Like, what can I buy for a great price? Why should I buy this car? Where can I buy this car? When can I buy this car?
You know, it's a bit of work to send somebody a card, so why do it? Why care that Eckerd has over 10,000 wonderful cards from American Greetings? Or that a card specialist updates that selection at least 3 times a week? After all, you're not there to see them find that special envelope mixed in with their bills. You're not there to see how carefully they open it or that look on their face. But then again, maybe you are there. There are thousands of ways to say it, and Eckerd has them all.
In New York City, they're so hard to come by, they're handed down from father to son. In Boston, they're negotiated in divorce settlements. In Chicago, people read the obituaries hoping to find a pair. Hockey season tickets are now available to see the Tampa Bay Lightning. How are you going to get yours?
For season tickets, call 229-8800.
More terrific action from Florida and around the country. Tuesday on Sunshine Network, Florida's Best.
a Miami Moon over Erie. 4-4, your score. Chuck Poole deserves credit for that line. Director of Media Relations for this franchise, who joins us now. We sail into the 10th inning, extra innings on opening night. And it's David Lane, the bottom of the order, to be followed by Kevin Northrup and Matthew Rundles. 9-1-2. Long fly ball sent curling foul down the left field line. A 4-4 ball game. We are in the 10th. And we are told that this marks the 3rd straight year that a team has played under the Erie Sailor banner here in this stadium and gone into extra innings on opening night. Curveball outside by Whitman on Lane. 1-2.
You know, some streaks are more fun to be a part of than others, but this is still fun. This is
Lane chases a high fastball, swings and misses. He's a strikeout victim. 1 gone. Whitman has tremendous velocity. Throws in the mid to upper 80s, but he seems to be most effective when it sails high.
He's definitely got that ball that's running upstairs on people. That was the pitch for the strikeout in the last inning, and that's one of those pitches that every time you swing at it, you go to the bench and you just ask yourself, what am I thinking?
Why did I do that? Here's Kevin Northrup, hoping not to make that same mistake. Incidentally, Lane, they're the 7th strikeout victim tonight. Northrup was fanned himself back in the 3rd. But in both the 7th and the 8th, he's collected a couple of base hits, doubled in the 8th inning. Did the Clemson center fielder. Lined back to the screen. 2 balls in a strike. Check. We've had Gary Hughes, Wayne Heisinger, Carl Barger, John Bowles, Dave Dombrowski. We've had Dan LeBertard, along with Gordon Eads, 2 writers, the Herald, Sun Sentinel. We had Craig Doltz was here from the Palm Beach Post. Jonathan Mariner, the Vice President of Finance. Now yourself, and you can't leave because we don't have anybody else that can join us up here.
Life of a PR man. Fill in and stay.
Northrup again stays alive, 3-2.
See, this is good on-the-job training for me. So now when I'm writing those notes for the broadcasters, I have even more sympathy for what they need.
Sympathy is a very apt phrase, I think. As I told Gary Hughes, he now has a resume tape, and we wish him well as he embarks upon his broadcasting career. There's a fastball, but high, and Northrup earns the 1-out base on balls. Is he the winning run now at first?
You see a lot of ballparks now have the fantasy play-by-play. I think, you know, we've opened this to front office fantasy play-by-play here tonight.
You like that?
So might start a new trend in baseball. I don't know. To see how that flies in some other teams.
You're right in the fact you've had your owner and your president up here on opening night. It's a ball 1 to Matthew Rundles, who scored a run in the 7th. 1 of 4 produced by Jamestown in a 4-all tie between the Jamestown Expos and the Erie Sailors in the New York Pin League. Lined foul into the Sailors bullpen.
Darren Sample is down there warming up once again, and in the midst of a warm-up toss, he almost took one on the shin. Like it or not, Freddie may end up using the whole staff tonight the way we're going. So
this is the 5th hurler this evening, and Whitman to follow the starter John Lynch.
You know, using all the pitchers, in some way it had sort of a spring training feel at the beginning, because you knew John Lynch was not going to go 5, 6, 7 innings. You knew he was on a pitch count, and so you knew going in you were going to use a lot of pitchers.
Another snap throw over by Whitman.
You had a chance to talk to John after he came out of the game. Some of the writers were able to go down and get some quotes with him, and he was pretty happy with the way things went.
Fastball inside to Rundles. 2 balls and a strike to Matthew.
He had the usual amount of nerves and everything admitted to him after the fact, but seemed to get a little bit of a rhythm, and I think he was very happy with the way he pitched, and looking forward to getting out there and extending himself a little farther next time.
Whitman is intent on keeping Northrup close to first. It's the 3rd time now that he's thrown over that way. Putty applying the tag. Northrup back safely. Runnels, the Expos second baseman, with the runner going, lifts it deep into right center field. Retreating is Brown. And Brown off the wall will relay it in. Does the run score? Here comes Northrup. The play at the plate. He's safe. And it's a 5-4 ball game. Rundles drives in the go-ahead run. Powering the ball high off the right center field wall. Brown out that way quickly. Picked up the caroming ball, fired in, and Torres' relay was on the money to Goucher behind the plate. Northrup beat the throw. Another look. Runnels going the other way. And just off the glove rather than being off the fence of Willie Brown. 5-4 Jamestown leads. RBI number 1 for Rundell in his professional career. And here is Benitez, who has scored a run himself this evening. And he sends it into right. Nearly overplayed or overrun by Willie Brown. He makes the catch, throws in quickly, trying to double up Rundles, who's at second with the double, and it gets away from Torres and is backed up. Pretty strong arm by Brown there to flip that throw, huh?
Really, and he wasn't really set up the throw. He kind of just flicked it in there to try and catch the runner napping. So he actually got a lot on the throw without really putting anything behind it. Looks like we'll bring Sample in the game at this point.
Will Sample the 6th pitcher if the manager, Freddie Gonzalez, does in fact ask for the baseball from Whitman. Ryan Whitman following Pat Leahy, Jerry Stafford, Jim Patterson, and our starter in John Lynch this evening for the Erie Sailors. Marlins season tickets are now on sale. Don't miss this opportunity to get your tickets for the Marlins' historic first season. Season ticket packages and all price ranges are available. In South Florida, call toll-free 930-7800. Operators are standing by right now to take your call. That number again, 930-7800. Here is Sample, the 6th hurler for the Sailors tonight, as Whitman leaves the field. Sample, the right-hander from Columbia, South Carolina, will take the baseball from his skipper and try to stop the damage right here in a 5-4 ball game. The go-ahead run just scored in the top of the 10th inning. Signed as a free agent, 1 of 6 signed by the Florida Marlins.
Darren was one of the players who was signed at what they call the second chance camp. He had been released by another organization during the spring and came to the camp in Delray in early April and was given a chance to throw. He's got a pretty good background when it comes.
He played at Paris Junior College, did Darren Sample, the right-hander. 24 years old, a native of Dallas, and we showed this to you earlier. Charles Johnson, now with the Olympic team, played this evening in Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh with Ron Frazier's Olympic Ball Club in an exhibition there. But the other top picks, John Lynch, we saw tonight. Rich Ireland will play for Gulf Coast.
Right, he's an interesting player because he comes out of Oregon, which is not exactly an area of the country that jumps up when you first start looking for talent. But he's a player who was highly thought of, obviously, because he was signed to a scholarship by the University of Texas. Kind of a chunky left-hander, 5'11", 6 foot, right in there, 190, 200 pounds. Throws about 90 miles an hour, and was a big move when we were able to get him signed. Most of the picks that you see in the first 10 rounds were the type of players. A lot of them were college players, and I think that reflects with us just starting out. We're looking for guys maybe who are a little more advanced that are going to be able to move right up the ladder and get in a position to play for us a little bit sooner. But there's some interesting high school names in there as well. And it'd be fun to see how these guys move along. But Ireland is a well-known commodity. It's sort of interesting because when you say there weren't a lot of players in Oregon, or you wouldn't think of a lot of players in Oregon, one of his teammates on the Gulf Coast Marlins is a fellow named Andy Larkin, who is also from the same high school conference in Oregon. And there were 2 other picks from that same high school conference in Southern Oregon.
Excellent baseball played in that.
Not a bad year. I imagine there are a lot of high school kids in that conference who don't realize maybe they're a little better than they actually were because all these pitchers were dominating them.
5-4 ball game here. And Todd Dreifert in from the right side. First pitch to him, ball high.
Now, Sample's somebody who should be used to this type of situation. He had 18 saves one year in the Mets organization. At Columbia, was 3rd in the South Atlantic League in saves. And so he's no stranger to coming in with men on base.
The changeup out of the strike zone. 2-0. A run in the 10th. That'd be a tough game to lose on opening night for Erie. Sample from the belt. A check of the runner. And the pitch. Swung out and missed, and it gets past the catcher in Goucher. That'll be a pass ball. The pitch was high, and the hitter in Dreifert chased it. And by swinging at it, it can't be a pass ball. The crowd grumbling as if that ball was fouled back to the screen. Was there contact? No, it just went right off the webbing of the catcher, Goucher. His second pass ball this evening. And the runner now, and Rundles is at third. Dreifert inside. 3-1. Raleigh in the on-deck circle. 2 gone. And it's Pridey, Brown, and Freeling for the Sailors scheduled to hit in the bottom half of this inning. And the pitch. Strike 2. We go full at 3-2 on Todd Dreifert, former Wichita State Shocker. And the payoff pitch on the way. He struck him out. Nice job by Samuel to shut the door. And we head into the bottom of the 10th with Erie needing 1 to tie and 2 to pull it out.
Uh-oh, your cat may scat, but she leaves her hair behind. Get rid of it with Power Picker Upper by Telebrands. Power Picker Upper picks up hair, picks up crumbs, picks up dirt. It's so strong, it'll even pick up these coins. The miracle substance ZR7 never wears out. No tape to replace, no mess to empty. Can your vacuum cleaner pick up pet hair? Power Picker Upper never misses. Add this telescoping handle to reach high and low without bending or straining. For your clothing, you get this personal picker upper with convenient swivel head. You also receive not 1 but 2 pocket picker uppers that fit neatly anywhere you go. You get them all for only $19.95. Order now.
To order, have your credit card ready and call 1-800-652-2112. Or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $4.50 shipping and handling to Power Picker Upper, 5555 American Way, Roanoke, Virginia. Or call 1-800-652-2112.
That's our story in Erie. 5 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for the Expos. 4-5-2 for the Sailors. Big run at the top of the 10th for Jamestown. And here on opening night, the first game ever beneath the banner of the Florida Marlins. This young Erie team needs 1 to tie and 2 to win. In that regard, Todd Pridey, Willie Brown, And Rick Freeling will come to the plate. Friday had a double, knocked in 2 runs in the 6th. But has also fanned twice. Been feast or famine tonight. Curtis Schmidt, the side armor, starts him off with a called strike. It was somewhere in the vicinity of the plate. One and one.
If you're going to get a wide zone, you might as well keep working it outside and just find out where that zone ends. So that's a good pitch there for that situation.
Our umpires are in development just as the players are. 2-1. Typically, umpires begin in rookie ball, move on to this league, and then to long A. Some begin in this league. Sharply hit to the right side. Rundles throws out Friday. One away. Friday, who tries to pull everything, yanked that one to second.
Well, that double he hit, though, he showed a lot of drive on that ball when he hit it the other way. You like to see that, a guy with a ball he's going to jump like that.
Willie Brown. Ball one low. Reached base but once, was left stranded in the 4th. 2-0. Oh, Freddie Gonzalez, his manager, would love to get him on. Start him, hit that runner in a scoring position. 3-0. Now you might as well go and pull the bat out of his hands here. Down a run, 5-4 in the bottom of the 10th. Schmidt nowhere close on 3-0. It's ball 4. And Brown sprints down to first base. Delighted to be there.
It's got to be a tough guy to hit off of because no 2 pitches are alike, and they're moving all over the place, and he's in and out, he's all over the place. And so it's a little tough to stand in there.
Here's Rick Freeling, your designated hitter. Now, Willie Brown, who hails from the same program that produced Vince Coleman and Marquise Grissom, Florida A&M. Do you start him? You may not need to. A base hit to right center field that gets past the right fielder in Dreifert. Here comes Brown all the way around. He'll be waved home. The throw is high. He'll score. And it's a 5-all tie. A base hit and an error will get him home. As the base hit by Freiling to right field scooted through Dreifert and Norland.
It ended up being a lot closer than it could have been because Willie wasn't quite sure if the second baseman had a shot at it. And so I think you might see here, if you do, that Willie actually began to break back to first until he was certain the ball was through.
Officially ruled a triple by the official scorer. It did not touch the glove of Dreifert, but misplayed. It enables the Sailors not only to tie this game 5-all, but here is Tim North. Signed at a tryout camp with the infield in. And one gone, and Freeling at third, an opportunity to win the game. He grounds it to third. Here comes the play at the plate, and the runner is out on the throw from Raleigh to Allen. Cut down is Freeling. And North is aboard on the fielder's choice. Going on sound on the first crack was Freeling, running all the way, and he was cut down easily.
It's kind of interesting. I thought they might have walked him to set up a double play. Instead, they played the infield in that situation.
Gambling, the Expos come up with the ace. The ground ball sharply hit right at a drawn-in infielder, and by a good 3 strides, the runner was out.
I think his day just got tougher.
off his thumb. Matt Allen has had a tough day today. 5 pass balls. He's been hit twice. And on is the trainer, Lee Slagle, again to attend to him.
You know, the runner frailing there, that's an all or nothing play. It's a contact play. You just go when the ball's hit, and if they come up and make the throw, you're out. If they mishandle it at all, you're going to be in there and you're the hero.
The pitch to Goucher. The foul tipped it and right at Allen. And they are going to allow Allen to take a couple of throws. He says he's fine.
I imagine Allen's just hoping every day in the New York Penn League is not going to be like this one, because it's...
You have to play 77 more, Matt.
That's why they have an ice machine.
North off first. He's going on the pitch. The pitch is behind the hitter and Goucher all the way to the wall.
Now, once again, it's a little tough to stand in there with this guy pitching, because it's all over the place.
This is 3 feet behind Goucher.
And he's trying to bunt. He might have had to switch bunt there to get that. Yeah, he might have
2 outs. The winning run in North off the wild pitch. Stands at second. Goucher, who has made 2 defensive plays that were outstanding. The defensive hero for Erie in this game, has an opportunity to win it at the plate.
Would make a simple story, wouldn't it?
It would be Touche Goucher, who passed the catcher in Allen.
I guess that was Ole on the pitch.
That is a wild pitch rather than the 6th passed ball on Allen. Back-to-back wild pitches. One behind the hitter and one way outside. And North now is 90 feet away. One more wild pitch, this game's over. 5-5, we're in the bottom of the 10th. And a game that has produced hit batsmen, 5 pass balls on 1 catcher, batter interference, or catcher interference. We have seen it all tonight.
Oh, yeah. Probably TV cameras. I think they're...
The 3-1. Swung out and missed. We go full 3-2. North at third. Goucher at the plate. The Sailors catcher. Right-handed side-arming Curtis Schmidt. On the hill, peers in. And the pitch. Grounded to the left side at the third baseman, Raleigh. Raleigh's throw over is in time, and the side is retired. We sail into the 11th. Your score, 5-all in Ainsworth Stadium in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Look closely. This amazing dental breakthrough can clean your teeth better than you've ever cleaned them before. Introducing Power Plaque 2000. It reaches deep down where plaque builds up and scours it away with bristles counter-rotating thousands of times per minute. Why risk all this? Power Plaque 2000 is recommended for everyone. It comes with an extra brush and convenient stand, all for the incredible low price of only $19.95. But wait, order now and get the complete Dazzle Tooth Whitener absolutely free. Just use this proven 3-step process for a dazzling smile, free. It's the perfect combination for the giveaway price of only $19.95. Call now.
To order, have your credit card ready and call 1-800-652-2112 or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $4 shipping and handling to Power Plaque 2000, 5555 American Way, Roanoke, Virginia.
The 11th inning set to begin in a 5-all ball game. With Chuck Poole, the Director of Media Relations for the Big League Club, the Florida Marlins. I'm Paul Kennedy. We may be playing when the Big League Club opens its season.
Well, what I want to know is if with 3 innings, does this mean we're an official tandem now, or a broadcasting pair?
You know what? You have gone longer than anyone else you have endured this evening.
So I have the club record for color analysts.
Yes, a game that is now 4 hours old. The very first game in Marlins association with this franchise will be one that we talk about, I think, in years to come, and laugh about all we have seen tonight.
Seemingly in hours to come, too, so.
Well, let's
hope not.
Bit eventful this evening. 5-all. Let's see what happens here in the 11th. Matthew Raleigh will lead it off, the third baseman. Impeccable credentials from Western Carolina. We have talked about those earlier. You see the numbers here this evening. First pitch to him. High, a ball. Raleigh, Robertson, and Erie. The 1-0. 2-0. On the hill, Darren Sample, the 5th pitcher tonight for the Men in Black. Swung late, may have fouled it. A strike nonetheless. 2-1. Matt Raleigh, Western Carolina University's record-setting slugger, the 1992 Southern Conference Player of the Year, 3 times All-Conference, a 77.783 slugging percentage, better than 780. What a hitter. This time, however, they may have caught him dead to rights, popped it up. Will the catcher have a play? No, it hits the overhang. Missed it by that much, says Sean Goucher. Raleigh at the plate here established Southern Conference and Western Carolina records for home runs in a career with 68, RBIs with 239, and hits with 302 over 242 games in his 4-year tenure. Check swing, he went around, and he's the first out of the 11th. 1 gone. And Stanley Robertson, the Expos.